Well, we'll make a start. So, tēnā koutou katoa. Welcome to this hearing for Plan Change 14 for the Mangaani Precinct Structure Plan and relating to the C10 Industrial Growth Cell at Hautapu. All that being in relation to the Waipawa District Plan. So this panel has been appointed by the Council to hear and to make a decision on the plan change. My name's Dave Sargent. I'm an independent planning commissioner most of the time and otherwise a resource management planning consultant. Most of my practice is in Auckland and the Waikato. Most recently I've been on panels in Waikato for Hamilton, Waipawa and Waikato on their intensification planning instruments, including Plan Change 26 for Waipawa. I'm accompanied by Commissioners Claire St-Pierre and Roger Gordon, who are also sitting councillors, as you may well know, for Waipawa. Consequently, when they introduce themselves, I have asked them to make clear that they haven't had any previous connections to decisions in relation to the council adopting the plan change. I make that clear because for people in the room that don't work all the time in the resource management area, you can look at this and go, well, here's the council promoting a plan change and here's the council deciding on it. And these two people are integrally involved with the council, but there are procedures for getting around that and people act in a professional way to make sure that the conflicts of interest are taken care of. So with that, I'll ask Claire to introduce herself.
Oh, thank you, Dave, and kia ora koutou. It's a pleasure to be here today. And yes, so I've been a elected member for Waipawa District Council for 13 years now. My ward is Pirongia Kakapuku ward, so I don't live in the Cambridge area, I guess. And I've also been a commissioner and an RMA chair as well. Yeah, probably for about, well, at least 5 years. Commissioner probably more 10 years. Yeah, I can definitely assure you that the processes in leading up to my selection as a commissioner were completely separated from the council decision to adopt this plan change, although it was an agenda item that came to council or one of our committees. Because I was likely to be a commissioner, they requested that I absent myself from the room entirely when that item was dealt with, and that's how the process was handled. Yeah, so I do feel that I'm independent, and I think that I'm pretty much sure that's all I need to say. You happy with that? Yeah, cool. All right.
Thank you,
Claire. Thank you very much.
Roger.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, Roger Gordon. I've been an elected member on the Waipawa District for 9 years, the first 3 as a community board member, and then the following, well, it's not quite 6 years as an elected member for the Cambridge ward. So I do live in Cambridge. And like Claire St-Pierre, I did withdraw my presence when this matter was discussed around the council table. So likewise, I consider myself to be independent in this particular instance. Thank you.
Thank you both. So the panel has been presented with a large amount of information, which is usual, on the application, the original submissions, the Section 42A report, attachments, and then the evidence and legal submissions from those in attendance. And obviously the pre-reading of that material has been very useful to us in preparing for the hearing. Our directions didn't provide for rebuttal from parties other than the council. And obviously we've had Mr. Hudson's statement in that respect to the Karma Trust transport evidence from Mr. Hall. Due to the very late arrival of legal submissions from the Henmar Trust and Mrs. Burke's evidence, we haven't really had the time to engage with that in the same way. And obviously, I think I'd probably want the council at least to be able to answer matters raised in writing if they can't do so in the hearing, because again, you haven't had that long to think about it. I don't think there's any question about the scope of the matters that have been raised, Mr. Lang, but it's really just the content, and Mrs. Burke's evidence is quite detailed, and she's put specific questions, and I think they obviously need answers, and I don't think we can do it in the course of today as we would otherwise like to.
Yes, but I appreciate that's come through. Well, it's been the product of a number of factors, Chair, and availability of risk being one of them. Understand there was a request and encouragement to get that in earlier, but what's made about this case.
All right, thank you. So Mr. Skilton has prepared a draft schedule for the day, and we'll try to keep to it as much as possible. We started this morning with a quick site tour around the boundaries of the plan change area, also taking in some of the growth to the west that's happened recently, just to get a feel for the way things seem to be filling up quite quickly. We encourage the witnesses and presenters to focus their evidence on matters that are still in dispute and points of difference. And I think that's about all I have to say. I will say that this morning Mr. Skilton was our driver. Obviously, he's got something to do with the plan change, but I will say that Mr. Skilton acted in a very professional way, as you'd expect, and didn't get into giving us his views on the plan change, just pointed things out, as he should. So, Jo, is there any other admin matters that you want to add?
Yep, kia ora koutou. I'm the governance manager here at Waipa District Council. So we've got 3 members of the governance team here to support the hearing. So we've got Deb Holmes over there and Zoe Vincent and myself. Just in terms of those housekeeping matters, if you've not been here before, the toilets are out in the foyer off to the right. There's also extra water available just out on your way there on the right in the foyer. Make sure all your cell phones are turned off. We are recording this hearing. That means just in terms of an order for you to be heard on that recording, we will need you to use the microphones. They're just operated by pushing the button. But make sure you also push it back off when you've finished speaking. In event of a fire, we will be heading out to that main car park through those doors that you came in, unless someone in the governance team directs you, depending on the scenario, to go out that door off to the side. Any safety concerns or anything during the hearing or with the facilities, just contact a member of my team. And if you do have anything that you need to hand up, evidence or anything during the hearing, if you could please pass that up to Deb Holmes in the corner there, and she will circulate that round. But any questions during the day, just ask one of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Has anybody else got anything by way of admin or questions about the hearing process that they want to add? Ask. Move those chairs. Right. Very good. Yep, good idea. So that being said, I'll hand over to Ms. Thomas, who's the reporting planner for the council, and is going to give us a summary of the report and where she's got to at the moment. Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. My name's Hayley Thomas, and I'm the author of the 42A for Plan Change 14. I hold the project planner role here at Waipa District Council, which I have had for 8 years. Prior to that, I was a planner for council and also a policy advisor within the strategic and district planning team. In terms of qualifications, I hold a Bachelor of Surveying with first class honours from the University of Otago and a Master's in Resource and Environmental Planning from Massey University. I'm also an intermediate member of the NZPI. In terms of my experience with council, I've done a wide range of resource consent processes and applications. I was the planner involved with Plan Change 13, which was the uplifting of the deferred zone. And I was part of the team that did the proposed district plan or the district plan review a little while ago now. So to start the day, I've been asked to introduce the plan change, providing some of the plan change history and some of the key issues and submissions and council's recommendation. And I'll also introduce the council team, who we've got some members in attendance and some online today. So in terms of the proposal that we're talking about today, Plan Change 14 seeks to bring forward the development of part of the post-2035 C10 growth cell, which, Zoe, could you put up the PowerPoint, please? Will be shown in a minute on the screen, it being the area outlined in black. Yeah, thanks, Zoe. So bringing forward the development of the area is proposed to be achieved through the rezoning of the land from rural zone to industrial zone, the inclusion of the area within the urban limits, the inclusion of the Mangone precinct structure plan in the district plan, some consequential amendments to the Bardowie industrial precinct structure plan, and various amendments and additions to the text within section 7 being the industrial zone, section 15 being the infrastructure hazards development and subdivision section, section 16, which is our transportation section, and section 21, which is our assessment criteria and information requirements. Next slide, please. So the plan change area is located to the east of the Bardowie industrial precinct, directly north of the Waikato Expressway and bounded by Swain Road to the east and Zigzag Road to the north. This image also indicates the location of the existing Fonterra Dairy Factory, the location of the high voltage transmission line, which is the blue diagonal line, the proposed future roundabouts along Victoria and Laurent roads to the west of the site, the location of the proposed intersections on both Zigzag and Swain roads, and the location of nearby submitters' properties. Next slide, please. So the proposed Mangione precinct structure plan includes the establishment of a reserve area alongside both sides of the stream, which will serve cultural, ecological and stormwater management functions, including a high-value bat habitat area. Landscape and buffer strips are proposed along the periphery of the plan change area, and new roading connections are proposed on both Swain and Zigzag roads, along with the continuation of the roading network from the adjacent Bardowie industrial precinct. A central focal area is proposed within the area that will provide for small-scale retail and service activities to establish that will service the day-to-day needs of the industrial businesses in the area. Next slide, please. The plan change also provides for consequential amendments to the Bardowie industrial precinct structure plan to align the two where necessary. In terms of the background to the plan change, as outlined in section 2 of the section 42A report, in February 2023, Council's Strategic Planning and Policy Committee provided their approval for the progression of a plan change to rezone the area. This approval supported Fonterra to prepare and fund the drafting of the plan change, which would then be progressed following lodgement by Council, subject to 3 caveats being met in regard to the preparation of the plan change, meeting the requirements of the Resource Management Act, staff resourcing and capacity, and council work program priorities and funding at the time of receiving the final plan change. In May 2024, Fonterra lodged the plan change, which was presented to the Strategic Policy and Planning Committee in June, where it was adopted and confirmed for public notification. Public notification occurred on the 20th of June 2024, with submissions closing on the 19th of July. During the submission period, a total of 15 submissions were received, and during the further submission period, a total of 3 further submissions were received. Through the submissions, there were 12 key topics identified, in which the submissions have been split into. So we have all of plan change related submissions, submissions on BATs, economic submission points, industrial zone activities, infrastructure capacity, what's called the kiwi fruit block, which is the area to the bottom of the plan change site. The submissions on the Mangoni stream, submissions about the National Grid Yard, rezoning, rural interface, structure plan, and transport submissions. In terms of the council staff involved with the preparation of the Section 42A, we use a number of our team from the district growth team, the transportation team, the district plan policy team, the strategy team, and our parks and reserves team. In attendance today, I've got to my left, Mr. Peter Skilton, who contributed to the Section 42A and was the peer reviewer. I've also got Mr. Brian Hudson, who is our Manager of Transportation, who provided key transport advice throughout the process and is the author of Council's rebuttal evidence. And on my right, I've got Tony Coots, Principal Engineer of Growth, who's provided a lot of the advice about the infrastructure throughout the area and plan change. In attendance online, we also have Mr. Greg Ahurst and his colleague, Ms. Maggie Hong from Market Economics, who have assisted with the economic submissions, including a peer review of the property economics assessment, and their full review was included in Appendix 3 of the Section 42A report. We also have Mr. Ben Frost from Becker, who is a registered landscape architect, and he provided a review of the Harrison Crescent Urban Design Statement, and he's available also online. In terms of Council's recommendation, having considered the information provided through the application submissions and Council's staff advice, our overall recommendation remains the same, which is to accept the plan change subject to the amendments shown in Appendix 2 of the Section 42A report. And the last thing I just wanted to draw your attention to is that we received 2 lots of tabled evidence for today. So Transpower and the Department of Conservation didn't wish to attend, but the evidence has both been provided. And back to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Any questions? Nothing. Nothing from me. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. It's been a useful intro and warm up for the day ahead, Ms. Thomas. So with that, I'll hand over to Fonterra as our first submitter. Welcome.
Thank you, Morena koutou, ko Daniel Manhinnick, tōku ingoa. So in terms of Fonterra's presentation, this is, I guess, a somewhat rare situation where a private plan change has been adopted by the relevant council. And so while Fonterra was the architect of this plan change, its role today is as a submitter. So we have provided statements of evidence on behalf of 6 witnesses. 4 of those witnesses have some short summary statements that they'll be presenting in light of what's happened since their primary evidence has been filed to assist the panel. I've also pre-circulated some legal submissions that I'm happy to read out, but intended to speak to as far as the key points as well this morning. So with that, I'll turn to my legal submissions. So these submissions are made on behalf of Fonterra Limited. I do make the point that Fonterra is the architect or creator of Plan Change 14. The site, subject to the plan change, does consist of the Badawi farm owned by Fonterra and a property to the south referred to as the Kiwi Fruit Block. And I'll come on to address that briefly. in my submission, Plan Change 14 presents an excellent opportunity to meet demand for industrial land and provide economic benefits for the broader community. It represents the next logical step in the live zoning of growth areas north of Cambridge. This land has been earmarked for growth for many years, and so this plan change achieves that and is, as I say, the next logical step in that progression. The plan change provisions have been carefully crafted to enable that supply to occur in a thoughtful, measured way, which addresses those typical externalised effects such as transport and landscape visual impacts, whilst also contributing to the ecological outcomes of the area through the creation of the Mangaoni Stream Reserve. This process does represent the culmination of many years of collaboration between Fonterra and Waipa District, and that's reflected in both the council adopting the plan change and in the close alignment between Fonterra's position and the reporting officers. And I do wish to, on behalf of Fonterra, reiterate thanks to the council staff for the careful and thoughtful way in which they've approached the consideration of this plan change. Fonterra has also worked closely with a range of other stakeholders though as well, including mana whenua groups, Ngāti Koroki Kahukura and Ngāti Hoa, Waikato Regional Council and Future Proof, neighbouring properties and key infrastructure providers. And I'd also add the Department of Conservation as well. And so at 1.6, we do respectfully request that the plan change is approved, subject to the changes attached to Mr. Crisp's evidence. And so one of those four witnesses today who's got an updated hearing statement is Mr. Crisp. And to assist the panel, he does have an updated version of his appendix showing the various changes proposed, and that reflects some of that late material that has come in. And I'll go through those matters shortly. Had proposed initially that Mr. Crisp, following these legal submissions, was going to take you through the plan change provisions if that would assist. Ms. Thomas has already gone through those at a high level, but that option does still remain open if you would like a page turn through the provisions by Mr. Crisp before our witnesses present.
I think that would be useful, but maybe when Mr. Crisp actually, I think we can probably leave it until Mr. Crisp's evidence comes through.
Certainly.
Okay.
At 1.7 and 1.8 outline the evidence provided on witnesses to give evidence on behalf of Fonterra. And maybe if I move through to section 3 of my submissions and the background to the plan change. So the Plan Change 14 land, as you would have seen from your site visit, is close to Fonterra's Hotapu dairy manufacturing site. The Bardowie farm is used for spray irrigation of wastewater from Fonterra's factory, but Fonterra does have consent for a wastewater treatment plant that is currently in the process of being commissioned, due to be completed in 2027. And so while we're going through a plan change process now, any meaningful on-the-ground progress won't occur until Bardowie farm is no longer required for those purposes. Do set out in 3.2 the range of technical consultants engaged by Fonterra and the consultation that has taken place. And then at 3.4, make the point that this reflects the second stage of live zoning of the C10 industrial growth cell. So we already have the Bardowie industrial precinct to the west or southwest of Fonterra's land. And so that was rezoned in 2018. And then at 3.7, do just go back to the point around council adoption of the plan change and make the point that while that is an important symbolic step, it doesn't change the key statutory tests against which the plan change is to be assessed against. In section 4 of my submissions go through the key features of the plan change. You've already heard from Ms. Thomas in relation to those, and you'll hear more from Mr. Crisp. I don't intend to go through that in detail. And in section 5, briefly outlined the legal framework. I'm sure that will be familiar to you. Again, I don't intend to go through that with you now, but very happy to take any questions. So moving through to the key issues raised by submitters and how these matters have been addressed in the evidence for Fonterra. So on the question of economics, Mr. Heath has provided evidence on behalf of Fonterra, as well as a detailed economic assessment that was part of the application material. His evidence is that the plan change will bring material economic benefits to Cambridge, stimulate employment and local economic growth, create a more competitive industrial market, and assist in creating a well-functioning urban environment. At 6.4, make the point that the Council's peer reviewer in the Section 42A report agree with the conclusions contained in the economics assessment and as described in Mr. Heath's evidence. Mr. Heath has addressed submissions that raise concerns about economic effects, and so at 6.5, just go through his responses to those aspects. We do have some evidence on behalf of the Regional Council in relation to the business development capacity assessment and how it sits. Mr. Heath will briefly address that. And then Ms. Dredge, one of the submitters, has indicated, I think there's some speaking notes that she's provided that seem to address economic matters. He has addressed Ms. Dredge's submission in his evidence, but we don't have any detail as far as what Ms. Dredge intends to present on beyond that. But in our submission, there is clear economic demand for Plan Change 14, including to contribute to a well-functioning urban environment. In relation to landscape and visual matters, Ms. Jack's evidence is that Plan Change 14 has adequately addressed and responded to changing landscape and visual amenity values. And she considers that Plan Change 14 will ensure a future environment that visually integrates with existing and future uses. There is general agreement between Ms. Jack and the reporting officers. There are two discrete differences remaining. The key one really relates to the minimum building setback and height controls in relation to Zigzag and Swain Road boundaries. And she does not support the proposed changes to those from 10 metres to 15 metres. You'll shortly hear from her in relation to that matter. The other aspect is in relation to providing some additional detail in the landscape plan requirements, just to be clear about the outcomes sought to be achieved. In my submission, the Plan Change 14 interface controls from Zigzag and Swain Roads have been carefully considered by Fonterra and Ms. Jack with the goal of a high amenity outcome. And in Ms. Jack's view, changing this proposed setback from 10 metres to 15 metres as proposed by the reporting officer will not provide any additional relief in that respect. And so you'll hear from Ms. Jack on that. And that's primarily due to the recession plan that's proposed for the site of the rural interface. And so in our submission, the panel should prefer the evidence of Ms. Jack on that issue. At 6.12, just cover off the additional clarifications proposed in relation to the landscaping plans, just to be clear that it's intended to be planted rather than just mowable lawns, and then in relation to maintenance as well. Ms. Jack's also responded to submissions addressing landscape and visual matters, including the interface controls at Zigzag and Swain Roads. And so on that, there has been material from the Henmar Trust in the material provided this morning, again on those issues. So Ms. Jack has addressed those because they are, on my brief reading, very similar to as those issues were outlined in the Henmar Trust submission. So Ms. Jack will address that because she did respond to that submission point. And so those provisions as proposed by Ms. Jack have been carried through into the provisions that Mr. Crisp will take you through in due course. On transport, Mr. Appledorn has given evidence that the transport demands from Plan Change 14 can be readily accommodated by the transport infrastructure and management measures identified in the provisions. There is strong alignment between the reporting officers and Mr. Appledorn. There is what Mr. Hudson for the council had proposed some changes and then has also provided some a response to the evidence on behalf of the Karma Trust. Mr. Appledorn will provide a short summary statement that goes through those matters, but the short point is that there is full agreement between Mr. Appledorn and Mr. Hudson, and so he will be able to take you through those matters. I do outline in 6.15 those points, but it's probably better that you hear from Mr. Appledorn in relation to those matters. At 6.17, Mr. Appledorn has reviewed the submissions that address transport effects and responded to these. And so at 6.17, a setting of speed limits is not a matter that is determined through this plan change process. There was discussion regarding the what constitutes a heavy vehicle versus a light vehicle. Again, there is now agreement between Mr. Hudson and Mr. Appledorn on that issue. There was submission seeking that the access point to Plan Change 14 be moved north to 190 Swain Road. That hasn't been proposed by Mr. Appledorn in order to manage the effects on those surrounding properties. There are also careful staging provisions outlined within the plan change and triggers for when certain transport upgrades are required to be undertaken. Again, Mr. Appledorn will take you through those. At F on page 12, one of the points that seems to come through strongly in the submission by the Henmar Trust relates to the status of the connector road or the connection to the Henmar Trust property. And so that is a connection north from within the Bardowie Industrial Precinct. The point from Fonterra's perspective is that in terms of the development of the plan change, Ms. Thomas made the point as well that any changes to the Bardowie Industrial Precinct are only those that are consequential on what is proposed for the Plan Change 14 land. And so it's essentially, from Fonterra's perspective, a continuation of the status quo as far as the status of whatever connection there is from the Bardowie Industrial Precinct north to the Henmar land. That is a matter for another day. There hasn't been that master planning exercise undertaken for the Henmar Trust property. And so it does seem that there are some different views on what the appropriate status of that connection might be. That, in my submission, is not a matter that you need to determine today. It's not something that this plan change is actually about.
So just on that point, which obviously Mr. Lang raised, as I understand from Mr. Crisp's evidence, when you go through the way the lines are shown, that part of your evidence, there is no difference between what's shown now and the Mangaone structure plan, where it references the structure plan next door, to what is in the Bardowie structure plan. So it's the same. There's no change.
Correct.
Okay.
If I move through to 6.18, there has also been transport evidence provided on behalf of the Karma Trust. And the Karma Trust is a nearby landowner of industrial land that was recently rezoned through Plan Change 17. It's filed evidence and sought to include additional triggers or upgrades required. The key one being 4-laning of Victoria Road, including 2 circulating lanes at the Hautapu Road and Bardowie Industrial Precinct roundabouts. And that these, as well as a second left turn lane from State Highway 1 heading north on Victoria Road, and that these infrastructure upgrades should be completed prior to any development within the plan change area. Mr. Hudson, on behalf of the council, has responded in detail to that evidence and set out his position that the upgrade works are not required to be in place before any development or subdivision occurs on the Plan Change 14 land. Mr. Appledorn agrees completely with Mr. Hudson on those points. And again, Mr. Appledorn will address that in his hearing statement. Moving through to ecology. Dr. Usher is also giving evidence today, and there is a brief statement that you will hear from him shortly. His evidence is that Plan Change 14 provides assurance that ecological values will be protected and enhanced such that an overall net benefit for ecology is certain. And I think importantly, Dr. Usher considers that Fonterra's approach to setting aside a large area of land for protecting and enhancing ecological values is an example of best practice from an ecological restoration perspective and will serve as a benchmark against which others should take note. And I think you may well have seen from your site visit today already the status of the waterways within Fonterra's ownership compared to others in the surrounding area. So it is something that Fonterra takes very seriously, and part of the whole concept for this plan change is, you would have seen from Ms. O'Rourke's evidence, is about creating a legacy as well. And so that ecological aspect is a really important one from Fonterra's perspective. There were some additional suggestions that came through in the officer's report in relation to ecology. Dr. Usher has agreed with those. And then subsequently, there have been some other suggestions from the Regional Council and from DOC as well. Essentially, all of those suggestions or recommendations have been incorporated. And so, again, the short point is, in terms of the ecological matters between Dr. Usher and those key stakeholders, there is full agreement on all ecological matters. Moving through to infrastructure, 2 points I wish to address. The first one is in relation to Transpower. And so I've gone through the detail here. Fonterra is engaged with Transpower through this process. You'd have seen the letter from Ms. Eng on behalf of Transpower. Again, Fonterra has reached agreement in terms of those provisions. And so, again, as between Fonterra and the key stakeholders, there is full agreement on the wording. You'd have seen a little bit of iteration of the wording to ensure that the provisions didn't apply too broadly, but still achieved the desired access that Transpower was after. And so, again, there is full agreement on that point. The other aspect in terms of infrastructure just relates to flooding. And so, again, the submission from the Henmar Trust and the evidence does talk about concerns in relation to flooding. Flooding matters have been extensively addressed and modelled by Harrison Grierson, and so there is a detailed report that was part of the application material. Mr. Crisp will be able to answer any questions, hopefully, that you have in relation to flooding matters. In terms of the planning and policy framework, you would have seen that there is a detailed assessment in the application materials as well as the Section 32 report, and then that continues through the officer's Section 42A report and Mr. Crisp's evidence. In summary, the position is that Mr. Crisp and the Section 42A report writers, Ms. Thomas, agree that Plan Change 14 gives effect to the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. It responds to demand for industrial land within the Cambridge-Hautapu area to provide material economic benefits to Cambridge, including creating a well-functioning urban environment. The status as against the NPS for highly productive land has moved a little bit in terms of from when it was originally lodged through to where we are now. There is now agreement that it is exempt from the provisions of the NPS HPL. And Ms. Andrews agrees with us on behalf of the Regional Council. Plan Change 14 gives effect to the regional policy statement and is consistent with its strategic policy direction, and that includes Te Ture Whaimana as well. Plan Change 14 is also consistent with the district plan more broadly and with the relevant criteria within the future-proof development strategy, and aligns with the aspirations of the Waipa 2050 district growth strategy. And so in my submission, Plan Change 14 is consistent with the relevant planning and policy framework and achieves the various legal tests against which it is to be assessed. And so in conclusion, Plan Change 14 seeks to bring forward the availability of industrial land that will be required over the medium to long term within Cambridge, and represents the next logical step in the live zoning of those growth areas. Fonterra's evidence consistently, resoundingly points to Plan Change 14 as providing an array of positive effects, with any adverse effects able to be addressed through the provisions themselves or through assessment during future subdivision and land use consent applications. And so in our submission, Plan Change 14 does meet those tests, and we respectfully request that it is approved, subject to the provisions that you will shortly hear from Mr. Crisp attached to his summary statement. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Manhana. Questions? Nothing?
No,
No?
looking forward to.
Looks like the commissioners are saving their questions for the experts, Mr. Manhana. So that's been a very useful commencement and outline, and also updating as you can the various issues that have been raised in particular areas. Yeah, so
Certainly.
yes.
And so then, therefore, the first witness will be Ms. O'Rourke on behalf of Fonterra. And so the proposal is that Ms. O'Rourke will just speak to her executive summary. There isn't a separate hearing statement.
Morning, welcome.
Morning, morning all. So Suzanne O'Rourke, I'm the National Environmental Policy Manager at Fonterra. I will talk to my executive summary, which starts on page 2. And from that, as we have heard, we are proposing to rezone 79.2 hectares of land within the C10 industrial growth cell from rural to industrial to provide for future industrial development. Fonterra prepared Plan Change 14 to ensure industrial development would take place within a robust policy framework and provide quality environmental outcomes. It will deliver the important plan-making principle of land use compatibility, as new industrial activity will take place near to existing industrial activity. This approach will support operations at the existing Fonterra Hautapu dairy factory and reduce the likelihood that incompatible activities establish nearby. As expanded on in Mr. Crisp's evidence, PC 14 is consistent with the relevant policy frameworks, including the primary planning document being the Waipa District Plan, which will signal that the future land use be industrial activities. As you have heard, PC 14 was progressed in a manner which involved extensive consultation, including the District Council, the Regional Council, Mana Whenua, infrastructure providers and neighbouring landowners. So Fonterra worked with Waipa District Council in the policy area to ensure the proposal aligned with intended development outcomes and on technical matters to ensure the area would meet infrastructure requirements. PC 14 took on board feedback provided by parties on the proposal to ensure the development responded as far as practicable to surrounding land uses. The above work was reflected in the decision by Waipa to adopt PC 14 following lodgement and progress it as a Waipa District Council plan change. Fonterra has continued to engage with the council throughout the formal statutory process. Fonterra is appreciative of the approach taken by the council and its officers in relation to PC 14. Fonterra generally supports the recommendations contained in the council officers section 42A report and acknowledges the extensive work undertaken by council planning staff to date. We are seeking some minor amendments to the plan change, and you'll hear about those in the other technical experts' evidence who will follow myself. So that's my executive summary. Happy to respond to any questions on those points or anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Rourke. Yes, Roger.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thank you for that, Suzanne. I just got a small question, and it's on page 6 of your evidence, and it's just Daniel mentioned that the wastewater treatment plant would not come online until 2027, but in fact, you mentioned that construction began in 2023 and the new facility will be commissioned in September 2025. Can we just have clarification of when actually that wastewater treatment plant will be coming online?
We did discuss this point this morning, actually, and so thank you for clarifying that point. The wastewater treatment plant is fully under construction at the moment, and that's the date I have received from the project team on that. It might be worth me double checking that point so that we can come back to you on that. But that's the proposal, is that that will be commissioned, and there will be some time for obviously us to then move to a place where we don't require the Bardowie farm land anymore for irrigation, and we can move to developing that land if the plan
So you
change is
see it being
successful.
progressive from the commissioning
Yes.
through until 27. Okay, thank you.
Yes, and I think on that, you're far better to rely on Ms. O'Rourke than my submission on that point.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yes, Ms. O'Rourke, at 2.2 of your exec summary, you say this approach will support operations at the existing Fonterra Hautapu dairy site and reduce the likelihood of incompatible activities. I just sort of wondered, in terms of the use of the land that's proposed to be rezoned, are you aware of any sort of major land use developments that do actually connect directly to dairy manufacturing that obviously sort of feed off the Hautapu site that might absorb quite a lot of the land that is proposed for rezoning? I mean, sort of what, I guess that just goes back to probably the question before that, which is like the motivation for rezoning and not owning this land anymore by the company. Is that it's just simply surplus to requirements?
Yeah, obviously there's quite an extensive process that happens prior to, reaching this point. And so one of those factors is considering, wastewater treatment. We're obviously always looking at ways to improve wastewater treatment and what the opportunities are in that space, and reducing the reliance on irrigation land is a positive step forward. So that was obviously an important part of the consideration. And then obviously in terms of Fonterra's many manufacturing sites around the country, having sensitive land uses established nearby becomes very challenging for those operations, which have been established there for significant amounts of time. And we have examples across the country where that has happened. So providing the additional industrial land, which is compatible with our activities, is a positive. And I guess just thinking about the Waipa District Policy Framework, we have a supportive framework which provides a sort of an overlay area across the Hautapu and Te Awamutu sites that recognises activities associated with dairy manufacturing activities are appropriate to establish in those areas. And we also have those noise contour boundaries. So there's some very good mechanisms in place already, and enabling those activities to continue, which are compatible with the dairy factories, are appropriate. So maybe that's quite a long response to your question, but happy if you'd like to ask a little bit more on that space.
Yes, even though it was long, but that's fine. But you didn't actually touch on whether, is it likely to get some part of that land used by a dairy-related industry, or that's just a potential, but you don't know?
Yeah, I guess, I think it's difficult to know going forward. So we have, obviously an extensive operation at Hautapu. We also have our dairy fert operations where we collect waste. And so whether there's opportunities for those established activities to change. Look, I couldn't say really, I don't have any knowledge of whether that would change going forward, but I mean, industrial activities as a whole are compatible with the Hautapu site, so whether they were dairy factory related or not, Fonterra would be happy with any of those industrial type activities establishing.
Right. Okay. One other question I had was down at 4.5, when you're talking about, as well as the proposed plan change, Fonterra proposes incorporation of property instruments to its PC14 land, which will complement the PC14 planning provisions. Is that of any sort of significance for us, what they might be?
So I guess, yeah, the most common property instrument that Fonterra has had conversation or looks to sometimes when it is looking to rezone land is to look to establish covenants on that land to manage those other land uses and how they might respond to those existing industrial activities. So that has been considered in other developments within Waipa. So whether that is an option here as well is something that we would look at.
Right. Okay.
And just from a legal perspective, to the extent that there's either design considerations or restrictive covenants proposed, those won't be relevant to your decision making here.
Right. Thank you. All right, that's all we have for you. Thank you very much.
Excellent. So the next witness is Mr. Heath in relation to economics. And we do have a short summary statement that Mr. Heath's produced that I'll hand up now.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
I've just got a couple of points I'd like to make of some of the key outcomes of the work that I've done, which I suppose is a combination of a few assessments over the last few years. I'll start from paragraph 2, if you don't mind. It's my economic assessment of May 24, assess the key economic matters relating to PC14, which is to enable industrial development in the Mangoni precinct. The conclusions I reached that PC14 would generate net economic benefits to the local economy and community, and is supportable under the RMA and those other strategic planning documents identified there. In this assessment, I identified some concerns with the BDCA 23, the capacity assessment, which included but not limited to the potential underestimated employment growth and land demand within the relevant markets, particularly for industrial activity, and the influence of the Waikato Expressway, which in my opinion and experience around the country, significant roading infrastructure and motorway developments accelerate demand in areas where they have good access to that. And in my analysis, it sort of showed that that was starting to occur in Cambridge in particular, around Hautapu. So it's an area that's ripe for significant industrial growth, and I don't think that's anything new. I think it's been well recognised, and that's why it's identified as a growth cell. It's a great opportunity. My economic position has been confirmed by the author of the BDCA report and the ME peer review, who specified that the demand factors, such as the completion of the Waikato Expressway and the recent growth in Cambridge, have not been incorporated into the BDCA work to date, and are likely to increase demand at Cambridge significantly. The implications of the peer review mean that the BDCA report 2000 demand estimates are no longer suitable to rely on in these proceedings. Basically, they've undercooked the demand. I therefore disagree with the suggestion by Ms Andrews that there is no industrial land shortage in the area. I think there is, and I think my analysis proves there is. In my view, the peer review supporting my economic position in Cambridge and Waipa and the wider future-proof region, given that the expressway traverses all 3 TAs, would face a shortfall in industrial land supply capacity over the medium to long term. The remedy requires timely and efficient provision of industrial land to accommodate faster growth, industrial land deficits and ongoing industrial expansion of the economy. And I say the sooner we roll the sleeves up and get on, the better, given the significant lead times involved in delivering market-ready industrial land to the market. I consider allocating additional industrial land provision through PC14 as suitable and to address only a portion of the anticipated high demand in the sub-region, increasing supply and an efficient location. So what I mean by there is that the increase in demand is sustained. The motorway is not going to go away. The interchange is not going to be removed. So that it's an accelerated level of demand over the long term. And as get critical mass builds, so does the benefits that brings to the market. Importantly, the entire PC14 site is identified as an industrial growth cell. The urbanisation of this land is planned in an anticipated outcome to accommodate industrial activity and growth. Therefore, the loss of productive land due to PC14 should not be regarded as an additional cost, and I think that's now accepted to the district or the local economy. And the 2 main reasons was that is, excuse me, firstly, due to there being a time limit on its productive capacity at 235, it was going to come on stream or planned to come on stream anyway. So the productive loss is only those 7 years. And secondly, its current use as a receptor for Fonterra's byproduct, which is due to be substituted by a wastewater plant on Fonterra's existing premises in 2028. Considering its adjacency to the existing Hautapu industrial environment and Waikato Expressway interchange, the site stands as an appropriate and market-appealing location for industrial land utilisation. Taking the above considerations into account, along with the underestimation of industrial land demand in Cambridge, the economic benefits of advancing PC14, such as increased land supply, increased surety and market certainty, and more land use efficiency, would outweigh the economic costs associated with the additional infrastructure investment required. Overall, the findings of all my suite of work over the last few years support the rezoning of PC14 from rural to industrial and is an appropriate outcome in the context of those statutory documents. The rezoning would bring material economic benefits to Cambridge, stimulate its employment and local economic growth, and create a more competitive industrial market and contribute positively to the well-functioning urban environment of Cambridge. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Heath. Your work's been really useful, particularly, I think, in identifying the economic benefits of advancing the opening up of the PC14 site because of its location and the efficiencies there. What I'd like to understand in more depth is, I suppose, the reverse of the equation, because some submitters have said we've got plenty of industrial land already. Okay, you have made the point that increasing the supply in this area is not going to create, I suppose, economic disadvantage. But it'd be helpful if you could just allow us panel members a bit more insight into the way that markets operating for industrial land within the sub-region. So I'm talking about Hamilton and Waikato districts, but also you have highlighted that this location is attractive to businesses, industries outside that, and if you could give us an idea of what that might look like, the quantity or, give some sort of magnitude to it, that might outweigh, I suppose, some of those concerns about the existing supply that we do have here.
Yeah. For a start, industrial sector, industrial property works a little bit different from the other markets in that you need significant lead times. Industrial decision-making requires typically larger sums of money, both from a public sector with infrastructure investment, but also private sector from the capital required. These are big factories. They have to require large capital investment and larger lead times. It's not like a light switch. We can decide to build a factory tomorrow. So these decisions often 10 years in advance by some of the big players, the big businesses. They often have to consolidate sites and they've got lease terms to run out and things like that. So the lead times required in industrial decision making is a longer proposition than what we see in residential and commercial market. So that's one important thing. The lead times to develop the land are often more significant than some of the other aspects, some of the other property sectors, depending on the scale of development. In terms of this, so I think this isn't a plan change just to try and deliver additional industrial land to Cambridge. I think if that's the thinking, I think you've really missed the opportunity. This is about a significant opportunity to attract additional business to Cambridge. We're not trying to reshuffle the cards here on the same deck. We're trying to bring and attract. There's strong growth proposed or projected for Cambridge. That'll only be realised if you get strong job growth. One of the, I've always said for years, one of the most important documents a council can do is a business development strategy that generates jobs, that attracts business people to the community. And what I've seen with the attributes of the site is the opportunity is significantly broader than just even the sub-region of future-proof. And what I mean by that is, like, I assisted Sleepyhead in their relocation, or starting to relocate down to Ahiniwai. That's the type of thing that's coming into play. Industrial land prices in Auckland are bloody expensive, and they're not going to go down. So the next cab off the rank, so to speak, is this whole future-proof area from Waikato, Hamilton, and Waipa. And those sites that are most attractive to the market and industrial activity are those with direct access to a major transport route. It's either rail or road. And you're right in the heart of the Golden Triangle, which has been promoted by the government, which is, you know, the Auckland, Hamilton, or Auckland, Waikato and Tauranga sectors. So you're really well positioned almost in the centre of that to take advantage of a much broader growth and economic activity that's going to occur. So you could have a business in Cambridge that's actually centrally located to servicing over a third of the country's population. So it's a very efficient site from a large industrial distribution logistics type of business. I'm seeing that more and more around the country where strategic land positions are having quite significant growth for large areas. I don't think PC14 is big enough. I could justify a bigger provision long term, you know, taking a long term view, because the world's not going to stop in 10 years or 20 years time. It could be north of hundreds of hectares. I'm just working with Auckland Council on a redoing of the Whenuapai structure plan. I think they've got about 50 hectares planned or 70 hectares planned there, and I said it could be a couple of hundred. Because the question is, from an economic perspective, if you don't provide it there, where's you going to provide it in the future? So any alternative location is likely to be more distant, which is less efficient and way more expensive to service from an infrastructure perspective, and could be more removed from the community. So I see it as an opportunity, and this is just part of the jigsaw, and it's an efficient utilisation of that land. Probably over answered the question, but yeah.
Oh, that's been really helpful
Yeah.
for me. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think both this economics report and the peer review comments that were made on this report, and given the fact that we went on a site visit and not only did the proposed site, but around Hautapu in general, and you made mention quite strongly of the recent growth that there has been in Cambridge, Hautapu particularly. But what I can't see is any quantitative evidence that that growth has actually happened and what that growth has been. I mean, anecdotally, it is there and we can see it, but do you have any quantitative data at all on the occupancy increase that there's been of the Hautapu site to justify your comments on recent growth?
I think what's important in this instance in particular is not looking at the now. This isn't a plan change for the now. Cambridge is only just starting, and I did do some analysis on the upswing in growth that's starting to emerge in Cambridge, and that trajectory is going to continue, in my view, particularly given you've got the population growth. If you're going to accommodate large tracts of population growth, you need jobs for them to work in. Otherwise, they're all going to be travelling to Hamilton, and there's a huge inefficiency in, expressway jam up and all that sort of stuff. So it's okay to allocate and have large land areas for residential growth, but what does that actually mean for the economy? And that's the upswing in residential growth that's occurred recently is now flowing through to start seeing an upswing. So what you may not see on the ground now will be starting to occur quite quickly over the next 10 years, in my view. And again, this is about opportunity. And we have seen, I think I've put in my report, there's some significant appreciation in land values. That's a reflection, industrial land values, and that's a reflection of the demand supply dynamic in play there, where businesses who may want to come here can't because it's been held by a particular property owner who's plans to develop it at some stage in the future. So there's little signals in the market that you look at. It's not just simply going down and saying there's a vacant site, it's got no building on it, there's no demand. That's not the way to look at it technically.
Yeah, just really taking Commissioner Gordon's queries a bit further, Mr. Heath. I mean, I think that your thesis that this is an enormously attractive area to develop, the land is flat. We've now got an expressway going through it that links, all the three parts of the Golden Triangle in the north together, et cetera, is entirely believable. But we sit here as commissioners. We're not politicians who are allowed to go with their reckons. We're asked to look at evidence. And that's where some of the detail, I felt that was a bit lacking. I mean, so you've talked about, as Commissioner Gordon wrote, we looked at actual development that's happening on the ground. And I wonder whether there could have been or there exists, some idea as to the take-up of land that was expected and what's actually happened. I mean, Mr. Akehurst, I think he likewise pointed to, some lack of detail in what you said, but nevertheless then agreed with your overall thesis that this is obvious that, more land is going to be needed. So there's actual development. There's, price is another indicator of land shortage. And I would have thought, even though, given the long timeframes that you've indicated for industrial development, that might have come through on a price signal of the land that's there at the moment. So we haven't got anything on sort of what's happening on the price. In terms of the broader demand, I mean, that seems to be a very likely thing as well. But there's some ways of finding out exactly what that level of interest is amongst industrial land developers more broadly. And it would have been useful, I think, to actually have some of that sort of research in support of your fundamental thesis. So I just sort of wonder why, there isn't some of those additional facts available to us.
I suppose the initial starting point when we did the analysis was a lot of that work had been done, I foresaw, in the capacity assessment report of 2023. So they'd done quite a detailed dig and dive into the demand and supply of of not only the Waipa, Cambridge and the Waipa area, but also the Hamilton and Waikato district markets. So I utilised that as a fairly recent starting point. And I think they did also a version in 2021, and then I think the 2023 report updated it. So there was a lot of data and material out there that I think was useful to apply to the work that I did as a starting point, and no need to really go and duplicate that. It was more of, is that report sound, sensible, pragmatic, considering the right things? And it ticked a lot of the boxes what you do for an economic assessment to see whether this was required or not. I always think you've got to be a little bit careful on going and speaking to people about motivations, because motivations can change quite quickly. A decision made by a friend, Mr. Trump in America, may make would change an industrial decision making, a business decision down here in New Zealand. So motivations can change quickly, and of course, the signal in the plan at the moment is this area is not available till 2035. So it may not be on the radar yet for a lot of businesses, but by promoting it and bringing it forward, suddenly it becomes on the radar sooner than later. So it becomes part of the decision-making, rational thinking of some of these businesses. So yeah, and again, it's quite, just looking at the factual hard data of what's happened in Cambridge now, I think is only part of the story. I've tried to pick up some of that in terms of in my original assessment, but this isn't about looking back to what's happened. This is about what's going to happen and what the future is going to be, what the growth potential is. And Waipa could say, look, no, don't agree, wrong time, don't like it. That's fine. But that decision will come at a cost also. The cost of growing this industrial base and economy sooner than what was anticipated. And my almost part of that starting point was, well, it's going to come on stream. It's identified as a node. 2035 was when it was going to come on stream. What's the cost of bringing it forward 7 years? Because it's not going to really get underway until 2028 with the work that Fonterra has to do anyway. So this isn't trying to say, wow, this is a clean slate, rezone it from scratch. This has been identified as a industrial area. It's been shown and agreed that it's an appropriate location in 2035 to bring on. I suspect that's mainly driven by infrastructure funding and things like that in terms of the timing. But in terms of economic costs, the bringing it forward 7 years, I don't think is a significant economic cost relative to what they could do in 2035 anyway.
I mean, one thing that you and Mr. Akers point to is the fact that the 2023 capacity assessment didn't factor in the attractiveness of this land as it is now. Do you think that there is anything that you could point to in the way of data that would have just started to show that, to say, well, 2023, that's, I mean, that would have relied on data that was, even back a year at least, may not have picked up. I know we've had COVID, etc., and a downturn, but it may have indicated that just in very simple terms, that the land take up had an up kick from what was factored into the 2023 assessment that you could point to.
Well, we are starting to see some, and I think I looked at some of the employment growth within the localised Cambridge market. But again, that reflects basically the constricted supply position in the market now. So if we want to look at what's happened, you're going to go, well, that's what's happened when you can constrict supply. That growth could have been double if that land was available, if you know what I mean. So that's a picture that helps inform the discussion and the potential and the opportunity, but it's not the complete comprehensive, or wouldn't provide a comprehensive understanding of the outcome of PC14 being rezoned.
Yeah, thank you. Just you've made a strong connection and synergy between industrial growth, employment, and population growth.
Yeah.
And looking to the future, did you do any work on the capacity for population growth within Cambridge, particularly in the C1, C2 and C3 growth cells to support your case?
Oh, no doubt. The capacity is significant. There's a lot of land available for residential and to accommodate residential growth in the future. That will house a lot of employees and it will house a lot of industrial employees. That will be more efficiently to provide opportunities and businesses for those people to work in locally than Hamilton or some other part of the market. So you will require more business activity to support your growing residential population. Otherwise, if it's handcuffed in some kind of way, the rate of growth of Cambridge probably won't be at the same rate as what would happen otherwise.
And I was just going to say that the data is there for that. So you could have used that, the capacity in C1, C2, C3.
Yeah,
in terms.
yeah, and I think that's part of the projections that have been worked through in the demand estimates for BCDA. But again, that's just a capacity of what it could accommodate. It doesn't necessarily assess the rate of growth that would occur. So that residential growth could occur 10 years, or it could occur in over a 30-year period. What we're saying is if you would facilitate business development, not only in the site of, around Cambridge, that will help accelerate that residential growth because you've got jobs for the people who want to move here.
One other question. This morning when we were moving around the area, and I think also Mr. Cross's evidence, there was brought to me anyway, because the councillors will be aware, but that the Hannon block not sitting there, not available. I understand there might be some movement on that, but is there any other large blocks of land that are sort of factored into or included in the capacity assessment that sort of are sitting there not available, actually look like they're available but are not available, and therefore that goes to releasing other land earlier?
Yes, in the supply assessment, in the BCDA report, I think and in the Waipa figures in particular, they've incorporated Mystery Creek, which in my understanding is not available for significant industrial development. And they've also incorporated the Lake Karapiro reserve area. Now, I don't know if it's the community's desire to have industrial factories down on the lake, on Lake Karapiro Reserve. So what that's done and confirmed to me is that they've undercooked demand and overcooked capacity. So that dynamic is out of whack in the BC and the BDCA report. So it's not just a demand issue, and that's what I was talking about earlier in my assessment. It was there are other issues with the capacity assessment, in my view, that actually doesn't paint the real picture. And I think it's overcooked supply and undercooked demand.
Yes.
That's a really good point. I remember reading it in your submission, but I'm not sure if our chair is aware of the size of those two locations. If you could just give the likely either lot size or the area, that might be helpful to understand. Yeah,
It's well over 100 hectares, as I understand, correct?
Karapiro is about 18 hectares, and that's if you just look at the main domain, not that extends further south of there down to the start of the Rifles. And the Field Days site is over 100 hectares.
Mm. Yeah.
Would they be, someone just raised a minute ago, the sort of the likelihood of having all sorts of industrial things at Lake Karapiro, is that sort of likely?
Well, it's ridiculous because it's a recreation reserve under the Reserves Act, for starters. It's zoned as a reserve zone and it is often referred to as the jewel in the crown of Waipa. in terms of, that the whole Cambridge area is promoted as town of trees and champions. And basically you've got all the rowing, you have the New Zealand Rowing High Performance Centre there, you've got the Don Rollins Centre, you've got the World Cup rowing event occurred there in 2010. You've got the Māori Cup every second year. You've got the high school championships there every year, which is bigger than, well, no, that is the Māori Cup. And these things, the domain is just constantly used for recreational and sporting activities. So it's just never going to, and it's surrounded by lifestyle blocks as well. So you've got a whole lot of land use incompatibility. If anyone's tried to suggest that it would ever be converted to industrial, well, I just think that would be a pipe dream.
We accept Mr. Crisp's view on that.
It's and
I've done all the planning work in respect of that domain for the council over the last sort of 30 years. So
it's a significant portion of supply. So rezoning this won't even get you back up to the identified supply level in the BTCA report.
Okay, anything further on economics? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Heath.
Excellent, thank you. The next witness is Ms. Jack in relation to landscape and visual matters. And so Ms. Jack will be speaking to her executive summary rather than producing anything further.
Good morning and welcome, Jack.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou all. So my name is Lisa Jack. I am a principal landscape architect at Harrison Gresson, and I've been involved in this project, the development of the landscape visual assessment for this piece of land. So I'll just talk to my executive summary, and I'm sure you'll have some questions to expand on the points that were raised in the legal submission. So I think I'll
just making sure you've got your microphone on there.
Yeah, a bit quiet.
Maybe bring it a bit closer even. Thank you.
Is that better? Okay. So I'll just jump to point 2.2 in my executive summary. So the assessment of landscape effects, which I completed in support of PC 14, reached the following conclusions. The change in landscape character from rural to industrial is anticipated as the site sits within the C10 industrial growth cell identified in Appendix S1 of the Waipa District Plan. Views of development facilitated by the proposed plan change will primarily affect residents on existing rural zoned land to the north and east of the site, particularly on Swain Road and Zigzag Road, as this will form a permanent part of their outlook. And a majority of my executive summary and my evidence was focusing on that sensitive interface. I consider the Mangaoni precinct structure plan and provisions presented by Fonterra are appropriate to visually soften the change in rural character and amenity values as seen from the surrounding, rural landscape. I support most of the plan change provisions that are recommended for adoption by Waipa District Council in the Section 42A report. However, I do not support the change recommended by Council in relation to the building setbacks from Zigzag Road and Swain Road, which Council proposes to increase from 10 metres to 15 metres. In response to comments made by Mr. Frost from Becker in their review of the PC 14 Harrison Gresson Urban Design Statement, which was prepared on behalf of Fonterra, I propose that additional context is applied to the rules that ensure rules for the landscape buffer. That's just to ensure that mowable lawns are not proposed in the landscaping plans and that a maintenance plan for a period of 5 years is included to ensure a good outcome. The relevant submissions that I respond to raise concerns relating to the loss of landscape and visual amenity values associated with a rural character landscape, particularly on Swain Road. Submitter concerns have been considered in the development of the structure plan and provisions through my original recommendations, and I have no amendments to these recommendations in response to submissions. I believe that PC14 has adequately addressed and responded to changing landscape and visual amenity values. It is my opinion that with the adoption of my recommendations included in the final decision, the proposed structure plan and PC14 provisions are sufficient to ensure a future environment that visually integrates with existing and future uses. So I'm open to questions to further expand on those viewpoints.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. J, through you, Mr. Chair. Having been on site this morning, and also I took a lot of use from the diagram that you'd actually provided. But I was wondering, was there any consideration of the existing screening on properties on the other side of the road in terms of what impact that has also on that buffer between rural and industrial?
There was consideration in terms of the visual aspect of that and the landscape character that that provides. We were very careful to want to create an environment that took note of that character and complemented that character rather than clashing with it. In terms of visibility from properties with those barriers that are in place on their boundaries, we did not consider that because those, in some cases, those don't exist. So I think it is best for us to review and take consideration of the most open scenario and the views afforded to that particular environment and use that as a baseline.
Thanks. I'd like to ask two questions. One's about the mowable lawns and what difference that makes to the landscape area that's been. And then I would like to explore what's been raised about the boundary with the Henmar Trust land and why you think what you've proposed is adequate for that.
Sure. So firstly, in regard to the mowable lawns and the landscape buffer, it's purely from an amenity perspective. It provides a visual foreground and an area underneath trees that complements the existing views that you might see on the opposite side of Swain Road, where it has a more residential feel to it, despite being rural. So on the eastern side of Swain Road, we're seeing a lot of post and rail fences and hedges and planting, amenity style. So the point of having planting rather than a mowable lawn is to further contribute to that view and also to reduce maintenance requirements so that we get a robust outcome.
Yes, and just on that point about the outcomes, like you've limited, I suppose, maintenance for 5 years. Yeah, and you think that that's a reasonable time period?
I think that is a reasonable time period for establishing landscape. In many streetscapes, the minimum is usually 2 or 3 years for establishment of landscape. And then usually it's a 5-year period applied to more dense plantings, such as around a riparian margin. So applying that same more robust maintenance period means that we have more time to ensure the outcome is in line with the desired effects.
That's great. And then the boundary treatment with the Henmar Trust.
The boundary treatment with the Henmar Trust was taken in response to the views that were available, the proximity of the buildings that were in relation to that boundary, and with the understanding that that site has a rural nature, like it's used as pasture, rather than having buildings in such close proximity. So the existing pasture would provide through distance part of that buffer. The aspect of the views is straight onto that boundary primarily. So then the height of that boundary is considered less important due to distance, but also due to status of the land and anticipation of future development or possible rezoning in the future.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Very helpful.
Just in relation to the 10 metres versus 15 metres. Can you put a 4.8 of your at the end of 4.8, you say, you might still have to approach this appropriate with nature of the surrounding environment. Sort of, I get that you are distinguishing this environment from other environments in the local area, and I wasn't quite sure what was distinguishing it for you.
Sure. I find this area particularly sensitive due to the proximity of the residential dwellings, particularly on Swain Road, to their boundaries. The way that the dwellings are presented in terms of their distance from each other and their distance to the road presents more as a residential area, even though it is zoned as rural. So therefore, I wanted to make a particularly sensitive approach to the setbacks and the recession plan proposed and the landscape buffer, which work as a package, which ensures, from my perspective, a more sensitive outcome to those residents in the way they experience that development.
So, so it's really the package and how it works together. And so your view is that there's no need to go to the 15 metres because you've achieved it with the package as opposed to just a single item of what's been proposed.
Yes, and I suppose if the 15 metres were introduced but the 30-degree recession plan that we're proposing was maintained, I would see little difference in what I have assessed as an outcome for that particular location. However, if Waipa was being consistent with the 15-metre offset in the rules of recession plan in other areas, that would mean that the distance of allowable, like a 20-metre high building, would be allowed to become much closer to that boundary as compared to the package that I'm proposing.
Right, thank you.
Can I just ask a
Yeah, sure,
clarification
yeah.
question? Yeah, I'd just like to ask a clarification question there, because the other rural industrial zones have the 15-metre setback, but they don't have that recession plane as part of the requirement. Is that, yeah?
That's correct. So then the recession plan that already exists in the Waipa district plan, which is a 45-degree recession plane from the boundary, would be in effect. And so what that means, I think I point that out in my evidence in section 4.13 in the second to last sentence. So if we were being consistent with the district plan rules, that would enable a 20-metre high building to be 17.3 metres from the site boundary when taking into effect that 45-degree recession plane. However, with the package we're proposing, 20 metres would not be, would be allowed to be done within, I think it was 29.4 metres, which is much further away. So that diagram really shows that in an easily digestible manner.
Thank you.
I had a question for you. I don't know whether it was actually part of your brief to consider, which was on the building colour requirement. So the building colour requirement talks about the facade of the building, where it faces a road or the reserve, I think. I just wondered about, I mean, a facade, do you think the facade of the building is any face of it, or is it the front of the building?
From my perspective, the facade is the outside, so it would be the entire envelope,
Right.
but it would depend on the wording of the rule as to how that might be interpreted by others.
Yes, it's not clear from the wording of the rule, I don't think. What I wondered about was, well, if, with your interpretation, I think it probably answers the question, because the buildings that are back onto Swain Road, for example, are all have their frontage on an internal road because of the access restriction. So would the back of those buildings also have that colour restriction on? That's what you're saying, isn't it?
That would be my, my preference.
Yeah.
So my interpretation of that rule would be that colour and reflectivity should apply to all buildings within the development.
Mr. Cross, did you want to dive in there?
Yeah, no, that's certainly the intention, sir.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
it would be bizarre if it was just.
Yes.
Facade but what we're trying to protect is the neighbours across the road.
Yes, yeah. The front facade is a sort of nice natural colour and the rest of it's sort of mitre 10 orange or something like that. Yeah.
So no, the intention is that it does all the faces of the building.
Right, thank you. Right, that's, anything else, Commissioners? No. Right, no, that's all we have for you. Thank you, Ms. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next witness is Mr. Appledorn in relation to transport matters. And so again, we do have a summary statement for Mr. Appledorn.
Okay.
And just while Mr. Appledorn's getting ready, just from a timing perspective, I think the agenda didn't have a morning adjournment. I just wanted to make sure that that was the panel's intention to keep marching through. We're very happy to.
No, we didn't. They run things pretty tough here in Waipa. You just keep the hammer down. Yeah. So it was a slightly later start. So if commissioners are happy, I think we can hang in there until 12:30 with a glass of water. Yeah. So good morning, Mr. Appledorn. Welcome. Okay. With your permission, I might like to start at section 2. I prepared the ITA report dated April 2024. This overlapped with my council transport advisory role in relation to Plan Change 17, applying to the Hautapu, C8 and C9 growth cell areas. A consistent approach and application of underlying assumptions has been applied in evaluating the potential additional transport effects due to Plan Change 14. At section 7.1 of the ITA, I describe the industrial trip rate assumptions to the assessment as representing a level of demand potentially 30% greater than the long-run practical expectation. This establishes a high degree of confidence as to the evaluation of the transport effects and identification of transport infrastructure. It is also important, however, that the setting of rules applicable to the plan change appropriately reflect the assumptions which apply cumulatively across all of the Hautapu industrial areas to avoid infrastructure requirements in excess of the actual demands generated as land development in the area nears completion. The ITA report has had regard for the trip generation potential associated with all of the land area subject to the proposed Plan Change 14. I've contributed to the determination of the proposed structure plan, including the road hierarchy arrangement, integrated connectivity with the road network and future-proofing access for the Henmar Trust site with an indicative collector road consistent with the form of the structure plan prepared for the Bādawi Industrial Limited land holding. The executive summary of my evidence in chief summarises the ITA assessment. The salient points can further be summarised as follows. The transportation assessments are based on a future year 2041 development scenario, including full development of the C8 and C9 subject site and the subject site.
A suite of transport infrastructure works has been identified as necessary to support the incremental additional demand due to PC 14, together with those works necessary to support land development and other growth cell areas and with background traffic growth demands, i.e. those passing through the Hautapu area network environment. I have recommended these works be included within PC 14 and I concur with the form of their inclusion as described by Mr. Hudson. My evidence in chief confirms my assessment that the transport demands from PC 14 can be readily accommodated by the transport infrastructure and management measures identified in the provisions. My assessment of the Section 42A report concluded it was generally well aligned with my own conclusions. The Section 42A report made further recommendations in relation to the timing and staging for transport infrastructure, and I recommended some minor amendment to proposed rules, including Rule 16.4.2.12A, which is in relation to restricting vehicular access to property on frontage of Swain Road. Rule 27.2.24 in relation to fire and emergency, New Zealand's Swain Road minor access way submission, and Rule 7.4.2.46 to align the need for infrastructure with the potential timing of generated transport effects. My evidence also considers and responds to submissions which included the following transport matters. So there's a list of matters there. I wonder if you might be prepared to
Yes,
take those
thanks,
as read.
Mr. Appleton. We'll just cast our eye down those. Yes, all right, thank you.
So at 3.4, having further considered these matters, I concluded the ITA has appropriately assessed the future transport environment and identified transport infrastructure as mitigation to the incremental additional transport effects generated. The New Zealand Transport Agency confirmed it has no outstanding concerns and has provided written support. And PC 14 read together with the relevant provisions of the district plan appropriately responds to the forecast transport environment demands. Turning to the evidence of Mr. Hudson for Waipa District Council, I've considered the evidence of Mr. Hudson, which includes responses to my evidence. I concur with Mr. Hudson's further assessments and his conclusions, in particular, our alignment on the matter of vehicular access restriction on Swain Road and Zigzag Road, his further assessments on the minor access way to Swain Road, and these include enabling light vehicle movement associated with the Mangaone precinct, retention of the minor access way titling as established in Rule 742.46E, and Council's assessment as to accommodation of public transport on the main routes. On the transport infrastructure provisions with reference to Rule 742.46, including our alignment in relation to linking the timing of transport infrastructure to the effect, clarification as to the purpose and application of the rule, linking infrastructure considerations to land use activities independent of subdivision applications, and the amended rule provisions included at his Appendix A. His assessments and evaluations in terms of Michael Hall's evidence, in particular, the need for future transport infrastructure improvement and for these to be timed in relation to transport effect, not front-loaded. The role and purpose of the Development and Infrastructure Works Agreement, as is proposed in Plan Change 14, to inform and fund the timing of network upgrades. His assessment of the factors A to J that will determine if or when the four-laning and roundabout upgrades will be needed, and his agreement with the ITA report in relation to the Victoria Road, Zigzag Road, Bruntwood Road roundabout, and further reference to shoulder widening of the road. I confirm, therefore, there are no matters of disagreement between Mr. Hudson and myself, and therefore I concur with the recommended rule provisions described at his Appendix A. terms of Mr. Hall's evidence for Karma Trust, Mr. Hall addresses a number of transport planning matters and considers and considerations. I have read and considered these, save for the purpose of repetition in this evidence. I note that Mr. Hudson has thoroughly considered and responded to those matters raised at section 5 of his evidence. In responding, I note Mr. Hudson's references the assessments described in the ITA report, and I have a reference there. These confirm the depth of assessment, degrees of confidence, regard for local land development and background growth, identification of incremental and additional transport infrastructure needs, and the timing of transport infrastructure with effects and need. The approach and mechanisms proposed by PC14 ensure Council has the tools and capability to continue to manage and operate the transport network in a way that aligns not only with local, but wider integrated and strategic transport outcomes, such as those supporting district-wide mode shift and multimodal transport outcomes, for example. Accordingly, I conclude the matters raised in the evidence of Mr. Hall are appropriately provided for in Plan Change 14 rules. The evidence of Mr. Boyd for Karma Trust. I have read and considered the evidence of Mr. Boyd. The principal focus of this evidence is on the transport infrastructure provisions and the provisions for timing of its delivery. It supports the evidence of Mr. Hall and his paragraph 15 recommendations for full 4-laning of Victoria Road, together with dual lane improvements to the Hautapu Road and BIP roundabouts. The assessments and intersection modelling analyses I have described at section 8 of the ITA report, for example, paragraph 814 Victoria Road BIP roundabout, with an upgraded level of service at 2041 of level of service A, with full development of the wider Hautapu C8 and C9 areas, together with the proposed Plan Change 14 site, indicates there is substantial residual capacity in the current single lane roundabout to accommodate material land development over time before upgrading is necessary. Subject to the nature of development and the traffic demands it generates, there is a reasonable probability the intersection will continue to function adequately as a single lane roundabout at full development of the Hautapu area, and consequently may not in fact require improvement or timing, or the timing of this may be necessitated sometime after 2041. Similarly, endowing Council with the tools that Plan Change 14 proposes, and which similarly apply to the C8 and C9 growth cells, enable it to manage the transport network operation, including providing to either bring improvement works forward or delay them subject to emerging transport demands, and achieve the wider transport network and strategy outcomes I describe in my paragraph 5.2. On these bases, and as Mr. Hudson describes, I continue to conclude the matter raised in the evidence of Mr. Boyd are appropriately provided for in proposed Plan Change 14 rules. The evidence of Mrs. Andrews for Waikato Regional Council, I considered the Waikato Regional Council submissions and addressed these in my evidence. This included a comprehensive evaluation of the relevant regional policy statement and regional public transport plan provisions, together with the provisions of the most recently released Government Emissions Reduction Plan 2. The Section 42A report also considers the Waikato Regional Council submissions. I've had regard for the Section 42A report and concurred with its conclusions, which reject the further inclusions and undertakings sought. Notwithstanding this, I've undertaken the further assessments requested and concluded the required matters have been appropriately considered and provided for in Plan Change 14 when read together with the whole of the district plan.
Ms Andrews makes a particular recommendation for a specific rule to be added to Plan Change 14, establishing electric vehicle charging equipment as a permitted activity, and the second provision establishing guidance in relation to any electrical vehicle supply equipment installation. She refers to similar provision being included within Private Plan Change 20, the Airport Northern Precinct extension. The form of the provisions she recommends are consistent with that which has been confirmed at the Airport Northern Precinct extension. I have given further consideration to the specific provision. I concur with Ms Andrews and recommend its inclusion in Plan Change 14. The balance between potential unintended downstream consequences, such as may arise from changing technology, are outweighed, in my view, by what this enables in the intervening period. Any future changes would be able to be captured in subsequent and broader plan change initiative where that is advanced by council. The form of the provisions would therefore be as follows. And Sir, I'd ask if you might take those as read. I would just draw your attention to the provisions towards the bottom where I note not exceed a height of 2.1. I just note the Airport Northern extension has a requirement there not exceed a height of 1.2, but we're talking about not the point of access or serviceability of the infrastructure. We're actually talking about the electric charging infrastructure. So we have recommended an increase there to 2.1 to accommodate reasonable electric charging infrastructure. So in conclusion, on the basis of the further considerations I describe here, I continue to conclude, as I have in the ITA and in my evidence, that the proposed Plan Change 14, read together with the relevant provisions of the district plan, appropriately respond to the forecast transport environment demands. I further recommend inclusion of the provisions for electric vehicle charging equipment in paragraph 7.4 of my evidence. Thank you, sir.
May I just have an aside with the chair for a moment? Did not hear this morning that those two I'm just seeking clarification from our drive around the site this morning. I seem to recall that the map that we were provided with, which gives us a good impression of what the network will look like, but the two planned roundabouts were intended to be two-lane from the start, which is, I think in your presentation, you stated that they would from the start be single-lane roundabouts. I just need clarification that from the development, they're going to be two-lane.
Sorry, through the chair, I can probably answer that. So the PC17 outlined the modelling for the central main collector roundabout. So that's not the stage one that goes off to BIL. That's to be dual lane from the get-go. So at the moment, we're going through a detailed design and then through to the procurement process. That will encourage the central roundabout, so the larger of the two, to be dual lane from the get-go. But that's just to do with the different traffic angles that are coming through at each different point, whereas the other roundabout only has 3 central points and a light vehicle access on it. So essentially, the initial central roundabout is required to be dual lane to cater for that level of intersection.
And the initial central roundabout is the one that Victoria Road, Hautapu Road
Correct.
go into. So that will be two-lane.
Yes.
And the other one will be a single-lane roundabout with provision for future,
If necessary.
if necessary, to a two-lane.
And also the southern roundabout that's on Victoria Road that has already been constructed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you. Have you any comments to make on that?
It's probably the easiest question I've answered in my entire life. No further comments. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So I'd just like to explore a bit the statement that's made in section 6.2 of the summary, but it starts on page 7 where you're saying that what's proposed is that council will have the tools to enable it to manage the transport network operation, including providing to either bring forward improvement work or delay, subject to emerging traffic demands, as well as the wider network. So I'm not sure if you're the correct person to ask this off, but I'd just like to highlight that I'm aware that NZTA have reduced the level of subsidies that they are providing for certain transport infrastructure. And I would be interested to understand whether or not that affects council's ability to respond in I suppose, a short time frame to these emerging transport needs, given that the funding might be constrained or something. Yeah, so whether it's.
This could be another easy question for you, the way we're going.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. NZTA's, well, it is the government's funding direction comes out in their government policy statement every 3 years, where they decide how transport funding will be allocated across the nation. And that does change from year to year, well, every 3 years, but certainly what that will look like in 10, 15 or 20 years' time when council may need to spend money on these roads. It's really crystal ball gazing to understand that. But in saying that, the current government and the GPS looks at economic development and unlocking jobs and housing and things like that. So that does align with, future potential road improvements in this area.
Thanks. That's really helpful, actually. Yeah, appreciate that.
I've got a few questions on some of the provisions, Mr. Appledorn. Just in terms of at 6.2 of your evidence, your main brief, obviously. So that refers to that rule which says apart from one point of roading access into each of Swain Road and Zigzag Road, etc. I was just comparing that with the wording of the rule, the subdivision rule, 15.4.29.1a, which reads, any subdivision or development in the structure plan area shall ensure that there is no new direct access. So I was just sort of thinking apart from the two proposed access, one from Zigzag and one well down on the bottom Swain, sort of what other existing access points exist along those stretches of road that would legally be allowed to be maintained on subdivision, or are they required to be deleted, or do they disappear as a result of the subdivision rules?
I'm just trying to recall if I've seen farm gate access points on either of those roads, but the object of the rule is to restrict individual lot access and confine that all internally within the site.
Right.
So there's, in effect, there would be an individual lot access restriction right around that, and the only points of access would be confined to Victoria Road or the minor access way on Swain. There may be service access might be required in terms of the Mangaoni stream precinct, or there might be one or two other minor arrangements that might be needed for those sorts of activities, but certainly intention is to restrict access to.
Okay,
to
that's
lots
from a
of-
transport point of
for
view. So,
transport.
Mr.
Yeah,
Crosbie?
so I can help a bit there. There is one main entrance existing on Swain Road that goes into the Fonterra farm, and that also provides access to the house that is on that property,
Yes.
which is, what is it called? It's
The
got
Swain House.
Swain House, that's
Yes.
right. Funny that. Yeah, and
Yes.
so the intention is that obviously that access would only be retained while those existing uses occur. So it might be that there is a transition period where if the house continues to be occupied until such a time as it's converted to industrial use or the house is relocated or whatever. But the intention of the plan change provisions is that when the land, this is a matter that can be controlled through the subdivision process. So that when the subdivision comes in for the land south of Mangaoni Stream, that will require the landscaping strip to be put in place. That will trigger the need to then look at that access and say, well, can it stay open for a while? If not, or how long, or whatever.
Right.
But the ultimate intention is that will not exist, that there'll be a landscape strip along there, and there'll only be one point of access, which is a roading access. And Mr. Appledorn's correct. The intention of the rule is to avoid individual direct lot access onto Swain Road, and same with Zigzag Road, therefore to stop that traffic generation. So, and the access that the roading access that is intended for Swain Road is only for light vehicles.
Right.
Yep.
Yes. And I notice at the end of that rule that I referred to, there is an advice note that says that rule 15428 applies to these roads, which is that segregation strip, the legal segregation strip. So in addition to the landscaping strip, that would come in as well.
We've tried to really make sure that this can't be undone.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Just going down to para 6.6 and the table overleaf, Mr. Appledorn, that
Are you in my evidence in chief?
yes, yeah. So actually on page 10 where you refer to the rule about the transport upgrades, and there's some underlining and strike throughs. Page
Yes.
10, yeah. So just on that, you recommended, there's a couple of, just looking at the strike throughs on the right-hand column against item D and E and F, you struck through the words any activity located south or north of the Mangaoni Stream being able to generate traffic. And my understanding that Mr. Hudson didn't like that strike through. So have you two reached agreement on?
Yes, we
that?
have.
Yes.
So those strike throughs are not strike throughs any longer.
Okay.
They're as they were proposed in section 42A report.
Right, thank you.
And that'll be clear in the updated version of the
Fine.
appendix attached to Mr. Crisp's evidence that you'll hear very shortly from him on. And happy to provide that now if that might assist in terms of this questioning of Mr. Appledorn.
That's fine. I mean, we're going to get the full set shortly, so that's fine. And equally, in terms of your agreement or otherwise, the wording of the wording on the structure plan of the formation of the little access road off Swain is agreed between the two of you as well.
Yes, it is. Reverts to as it was originally proposed.
Right, thank you. So, I mean, moving some of those detailed items back to the sort of the big picture thing, which is you're comfortable that you know, we've from the economic side of things, we've heard about, you know, an increased rate of growth, and you are satisfied that the district plan provisions can respond appropriately to providing for the design and formation, if not the funding, of the various road upgrades?
Yes, it goes back to my referral in the summary to the tools that council has available to it. There's two principal tools. I'm sure there's a number of others, but two principal ones that I'm referring to are development contributions take, which council reviews regularly and is applying right across the Hautapu area. And also the provision for the development works agreement that is specifically stated within the rules. So where there's a shortfall in total funding, somewhere that shortfall is going to be picked up principally between those two documents. And if it's not picked up in DCs, it's going to need to be picked up in the private works agreement, which will determine distribution or timing of bringing forward that funding or loan funding or a raft of other mechanisms that might be available to do that.
Right. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yes.
Yes, thanks. Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little bit concerned about the access for fire and emergency traffic. And I know there's a comment, and I think it's in Brian's report, that should the fire and emergency seek to go into the new area, then they would most likely use the main road of Victoria Street. However, we are aware that at certain times of the day, that road has considerable congestion. And actually the road is got a number of traffic lights which obviously manage and control the flow of the traffic. Have you considered that as, is there a likelihood that at certain times fire and emergency will use or will seek to use a different route into this block?
Yes, I have. And just sort of building on the scenario that you're describing, they could well be out in the community, and the fastest way to get from where they are could be via that Swain Road access. Mr. Hudson, in his evidence, does also say that in developing the detailed design of that constrained environment, provision will be incorporated to enable fire and emergency access through there. That might not be by way of a fully paved and widened road to enable that access, but it might be by introducing mountable curbs or enabling or forming the edge of the road so that they can actually passage through there, or it might be by some other sort of minor design response in that environment. But he's given a commitment that will be a factor that will be taken into consideration when that's developed.
I'd worry if you were suggesting then that a speedy response from the site through that Swain Road access, where they've got to, in fact, treat the curbway as a kind of a speed hump. And we know what the emergency vehicles, particularly the ambulance sector, that's a particular challenge to them, particularly if they've got somebody with a broken leg or something like that in the ambulance, taking them over a unintentional speed hump. That's the only way they can get out. So I worry about that.
Well, I think ultimately it'll come down to a detailed design outcome where the design is able to respond to ensuring only light vehicles can have access through that space and others are restricted. I've had a look at the location of both the ambulance and the fire and emergency, their offices, their centralised places in Cambridge, and both of them would be most likely to use Victoria Road in the event of an emergency. And Victoria Road has some flexibility. It doesn't have a central median, so there's opportunity. And fire and emergency vehicles are all moving through those congested environments all the time. They're using the full width of the road that's available to them. So I'm quite comfortable with how this has landed. We might be talking about them needing to go up onto a curb or use something to travel along through the minor access way on 1 to 2% of the occasions when the call outs are there. That's a relatively minor disruption or in their travel time when it's considered that they're actually using that access way because they're probably likely to get there faster in any event from where they might be located.
With due respect, where did you get the figure of 1 to 2% from?
No, I'm just, that's a speculation on my.
Okay, thank you.
Predominantly, in making that evaluation, I'm assuming that most of the time they will be most likely to attend the site, I would imagine, from their actual base of operations.
Right, thank you, Mr. Appleton. That appears to be all we have for you.
Excellent. Next witness is Dr. Usher.
No, neither. Be pretty quick. You got any ecology questions?
And so again, with Dr. Usher, because there has been a little bit of back and forth, he has got a short summary statement just to make sure that you're getting up to the minute information from him.
Very good. Good afternoon, Dr. Usher, welcome. Good afternoon. My name is Graham Usher. I'm the principal ecologist at RMA Ecology. Myself and my team have been the assessors of the ecology for the aquatic and the terrestrial values on the site. I've just got a 3-page summary statement that responds to one of the further expert witness statements and a submission as well. And I'll read that out. Starting at paragraph 1.3. This statement summarises the assessment described in the Ecology Assessment Report and my evidence in chief. It also replies to evidence and submissions of others received following preparation of my evidence in chief. I've read the further evidence and submissions provided by the submitters to the independent hearing panel that is relevant to my area of expertise. I reply to the following evidence and submission. Katrina Andrews for Waikato Regional Council and Nifa Jones for Director General of Conservation, so Department of Conservation. My summary in section 2, I helped prepare the ecology assessment and was reviewer of the draft report. I visited 185 to 195 Swain Road, the site, as part of the site investigations that RMA Ecology undertook for this project. The ecology investigations at the site included surveys of streams, wetlands, vegetation, lizards, birds, fish and bats as part of a comprehensive assessment of ecological values and potential effects. All wetlands mapped on the site are associated with the Mangaoni stream and adjoining floodplains, and most are heavily degraded by historic farming and stock damage. Usage of the site by bats is very low, with only 2 bat detections over a 21-night survey period. Parts of the vegetated Mangaoni stream corridor support habitats suitable for bat roosting, foraging and commuting. Key focal areas for ecological management arising from the surveys have been around bats, bat habitat, wetland protection and the protection and enhancement of the Mangaoni stream corridor that traverses the central part of the site. The structure plan, design guidelines and provisions provide a comprehensive basis for the protection and enhancement of ecological values of the site, with the setting aside of the Mangaoni Stream Reserve,
and the requirement for a Mangaoni Stream Reserve operational and maintenance management plan. Recommendations have been made by the Council's reporting officer and by submitters to strengthen protections for bats and high-value bat habitat within the Mangaoni Stream Reserve. I support the amendments proposed by the reporting officer and by submitters for a new issue statement, objective, 2 policies and description relating to the high-value bat habitat area. I also support the remediation of current barriers to fish passage on the site and for the inclusion of fish passage as a consideration during the detailed design of stormwater management devices on the site, and agree that this should be addressed at the resource consent stage. The structure plan provisions, design guidelines, and the requirement for a development and operational maintenance plan provides assurance that values will be protected and enhanced such that an overall net benefit for ecology is certain. 3, evidence of Katrina Andrews for Waikato Regional Council. I've considered the evidence of Ms Andrews. I concur with Ms Andrews' recommendations, in particular that new provision S 27.2.26 is revised to include an additional sentence relating to the 20-metre buffer around the high-value bat habitat and an additional new assessment criterion under Rule 21.2.7.1 in relation to high-value bat habitat within the Mangaoni Stream Reserve. I agree with Ms Andrews that these additions proposed in her statement of evidence will strengthen protections of the Mangaoni Stream Reserve for bats and for bat habitat. Evidence of Nifa Jones for Director General of Conservation. I've considered the evidence of Mr Jones. I note that Mr Jones does not recommend any additions or changes to the provisions. However, he does support the recommendations proposed by Ms Andrews. In conclusion, I consider the provisions, including the further suggested changes, as presented in Mr Crisp's summary statement, to be appropriate from an ecological perspective. Thank you. I'm open for questions.
Yeah, that's all very agreed and agreeable for me, so I haven't got any questions for you. No questions. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. So the final witness for Fonterra is Mr Crisp. And so again, he does have a short summary statement that includes an updated appendix showing suggested changes.
Thank you.
Afternoon, Mr Crisp.
Afternoon, Mr Sargent, members of the panel. I think everyone knows who I am, so if I can just start at paragraph 2 of my summary statement. I've been engaged by Fonterra to present planning evidence in relation to PC 14. My evidence in chief describes my role and involvement in PC 14, provides an overview of PC 14, outlines key aspects of the regulatory requirements applicable to Plan Change 14, provides an overview of the appropriateness of the objectives and provisions of PC 14, provides an overview of Fonterra's submission and further submission on Plan Change 14 and the rationale for the outcomes sought, and response to matters raised in Council's 42A report, including issues raised in submissions. As set out in my evidence, I support the vast majority of the recommendations in the Section 42A report for the reasons set out in that report, including the overall recommendation to accept Plan Change 14 and make changes to the Waipa District Plan, amending the name of the proposed Mangaoni Stream Reserve Management Plan to the Mangaoni Stream Reserve Development and Operational Maintenance Plan, improved guidance for the management of bats through the insertion of a description, resource management issue and objective, and 2 policies regarding the high-value bat habitat and long-tailed bats. Inclusion of an additional information requirement regarding measures that enhance ecological values within the extent of the Mangaoni Stream Reserve. Inclusion of an advice note regarding low flammable plant species. The intent of the recommended rule and assessment criteria for PC 14 transport upgrade triggers and expectations, and the inclusion of a new assessment criteria in relation to transport. There are, however, a small number of recommendations in the Section 42A report that I do not agree with or otherwise would benefit from some further amendment. And these relate to the increased setback, which was proposed in the 42A report, of 15 metres rather than 10 metres from the boundary of Swain and Zigzag roads, and which you've heard from Ms. Jack on that. This is only one other point I'd make on that, is that Ms. Jack has provided you the rationale of the whole package. The other thing to think about is that if you provide a bigger setback, given the value of industrial land, you will have industrial activities occurring within that area. So there might not be the buildings as such, but you will have more things happening and movement and noise and things like that, which will detract from the sort of outcomes we're trying to achieve. So if you keep the setbacks relatively tight, you keep the industrial activity away in terms of outside activities and vehicle movements and things like that. That's part of the rationale that goes along with that package that Ms. Jack.
So the 10 metres might provide for circulation road.
Yes.
But the 15 would provide for the road plus areas to store pallets of material and that sort of thing.
What's going to happen? You're just going to put your junk out the back, and that's what we're trying to avoid. So of your 10 metre setback, 5 metres of it is dedicated to landscaping, and that only leaves 5 metres of potentially usable space. But if you make that 10 metres, then sure as eggs are eggs, it'll be used. So that's what we're trying to avoid. B, top of page 3, the provision of vehicular access to the national grid support structures on all lots within the Mangaoni precinct. The minor amendments to the proposed provisions for landscape buffer strip elements and maintenance, which I'll come to, we've resolved all that. Minor wording amendments regarding the provision for vehicle access, proposed wording regarding transport upgrade triggers and expectations, and minor amendments to the proposed Mangaoni precinct structure plan and the Bardowie industrial precinct structure plan. So turning to the evidence received from others, in addition to the 6 briefs of evidence provided by Fonterra, 3 briefs of evidence and/or correspondence were received by council as follows. So there's the transport evidence of Michael Hall on behalf of Karma Trust, the planning evidence of Ms. Katrina Andrews on behalf of Regional Council, and a letter tabled by Rebecca Ing from Transpower. The council has provided 1 brief of rebuttal evidence, being the transport rebuttal evidence prepared by Mr. Brian Hudson. The council has received 3 briefs of non-expert evidence as follows. Leslie Dredge regarding the validity of Fonterra's economic evidence. Malcolm and Ashley Boyd on behalf of Karma Trust regarding the staging of upgrades to Victoria Road and electricity network. And the Director General of Conservation regarding the high value bat habitat. In my view, and based on the pre-circulated evidence, the remaining matters in contention relate to staging of transport upgrades, provision for EV charging facilities, provision of access to national grid support structures, staging of upgrades to the electricity network, provision of a 20-metre buffer around the high value bat habitat, and the validity of the economic assessment underpinning Plan Change 14. So just working through those matters, sir. Mr. Appledorn's transport evidence relates to minor differences in wording of discrete Plan Change 14 provisions. The transport evidence of Mr. Hall relates primarily to the timing of infrastructure upgrades along Victoria Road. In particular, Mr. Hall recommends that proposed Rule 74246 be amended to ensure that 4-laning of Victoria Road is required prior to any development within Plan Change 14. In his rebuttal evidence, Mr. Hudson supports Mr. Appledorn's recommended amendments to Rule 164212A to include the word vehicular, does not support Mr. Appledorn's recommended amendments to the diagram headed under section S27224 and within Rule 74246E regarding the minor accessway cross-section. Mr. Hudson recommends that the diagram and title are retained as notified, and he supports Mr. Appledorn's
recommended alternative wording for Rule 74246 regarding the timing of transport upgrades in part, however, considers that a link to the establishment of land use activities is required. Mr. Hudson recommends alternative wording. He also supports the recommended changes to the proposed Mangaoni precinct structure plan, and he does not support Mr. Hall's recommendation to amend Rule 74246 to require upgrades to Victoria Road. Mr. Hudson instead recommends amendments to the table in Rule 74246 to clarify that consideration of the upgrading of Zigzag Road, Victoria Road intersection is required at the time access onto Zigzag Road is first proposed, and recommends shoulder be removed from the rule to reflect the need to strengthen the full width of the resultant road. Mr. Boyd also raises concerns regarding constraints of the transport network. Karma Trust considers the upgrade of Victoria Road as essential before any development can take place within the Mangaoni precinct because there are already congestion issues. Mr. Boyd seeks an appropriate staging rule to ensure that the appropriate assessment of transport impacts occurs and necessary four-laning is introduced before the growth cell is fully developed. Mr. Appledorn discusses the additional provisions relating to electric vehicle charging equipment as recommended by Ms. Andrews. I agree with Mr. Appledorn that it would be useful to include these provisions. I concur with the evidence of Mr. Appledorn that the amended wording for Rule 74246 and the provision S26224 as recommended by Mr. Hudson be adopted, that no further amendments are required with regard to the evidence of Mr. Hall and Mr. Boyd, and the addition of provisions relating to electric vehicle charging equipment be adopted as recommended by Ms. Andrews. So turning now to the national grid, access to the national grid structures. In my evidence in chief, I recommended alternative wording for a proposed rule to ensure that the requirement to provide vehicular access to the national grid support structures only applies to lots north of the Mangaoni stream that contain national grid support structures. Ms. Eng from Transpower has filed a rebuttal statement acknowledging the concerns raised in my evidence, but recommends a slightly different wording as follows, and that's the changes there in red underline. In my view, Transpower's proposed wording achieves the same outcome sought in my evidence in chief and is more effective. I therefore recommend that the panel adopt the wording recommended by Ms. Eng. For completeness, I also note that in her letter dated the 17th of February, Ms. Eng identifies a few minor areas that were areas where the relief sought by Transpower has either not been considered in full or has not been incorporated into the Section 42A report recommendations. She sets out further amendments to one of the rules and one of the resource management issues. In my view, the further amendments recommended by Ms. Eng provide improved clarity of the provisions. I therefore recommend that these changes be adopted, and I've reflected those changes in my Appendix A, which I'll take you through shortly. Other infrastructure concerns, Ms. Andrews recommends that PC 14 be amended to include the requirements regarding the provision of EV charging facilities to give effect to relevant national and regional statutory direction relating to climate change and transport emission reductions. I concur with the opinion of Mr. Appledorn that the addition of these provisions is useful, and I've included them in my updated Appendix A. Mr. Boyd raises concerns with the capacity of the electricity network. He considers that a new rule requiring an upgrade to the electricity network should be required to be completed prior to any development taking place in the C10 area. As highlighted by the Section 42A report, White Power Networks have confirmed that a program is in place to upgrade the existing power supply for the C10 growth cell. I therefore do not consider that any additional amendments are required in this regard. It sort of becomes somewhat self-fulfilling in any event. You can't plug into the system if there isn't the juice there to draw from. So it's a bit similar to telecommunication facilities. There's options out there. Turning to high value bat habitat, in her planning evidence, Ms. Andrews supports the majority of the assessments and recommendations presented in the
Section 42A report. However, she recommends further amendments relating to the high value bat habitat area, including provisions to ensure a 20-metre buffer is provided around the high value bat habitat. Ms Andrews accepts that the final extent of the Mangaoni Stream Reserve will be determined by detailed stormwater design, but considers there is a risk that the final width of the reserve would not provide a 20-metre buffer around the high value bat habitat as recommended by Blue Wattle Ecology. She recommends the following amendments that will address this risk, and they are set out there, and I'll take you through those in my appendix again shortly. So that's both of the provisions at the bottom of my page 7 and top of page 8. So then in a letter dated the 26th of February 2025, the Director General of Conservation supports the amendments recommended by Ms Andrews. Actually, Dr. Usher. And 7.4, that should be Dr. Usher, sorry, has also reviewed the evidence of Ms Andrews and is comfortable with these changes. From a planning perspective, the amendments recommended by Ms Andrews align with the intent of Plan Change 14 and will ensure that the provision of a 20-metre buffer would not be unintentionally diminished. I therefore recommend these amendments be accepted. And just finally, in relation to economic concerns, in her evidence, Ms Andrews notes that the market peer review of the PC14 economic assessment agrees with a number of the points raised in the WRC submission, including that the PC14 economic assessment requires further work in terms of establishing the justification for the industrial land. However, in this case, the PC14 site does not meet the transitional definition of highly productive land. I agree that PC14 is exempt from the exacting tests under clause 3.6 of the MPS HBL, which require detailed assessment of development capacity and sufficiency. While I rely on the economic evidence of Mr Heath, which provides economic justification for PC14, I agree with Ms Andrews that PC14 is not subject to the tests set out in clause 6.3 of the NPS for highly productive land. And in this regard, I consider that no further drafting amendments are required to the the Waipā District Plan. Just on the question of economics, just from a planning perspective, you'll recall that when you go back to my evidence in chief, and you mentioned the Hannon property, so I had it's figure 2 of my evidence in chief on page 9 of my evidence, and just from a planning perspective, I make the point that there is a massive difference between what the NPS for urban development refers to as plan enabled and the actual reality of land being available to the market. And so that Hannon example has been a bit of a poster child in that regard, because it has literally been plan enabled for over a decade. And because of the unwillingness of the landowner, that land has not been made available to the market. One of my clients, we done offered him $36 million many years ago. And his response was, well, where would I put my pigs? So, yeah, that's sort of, so just because you can see vacant industrial land that's zoned and looks like it's available doesn't mean that it is actually part of the supply equation.
You're presenting, through the chair, can I add a comment there? I'm not sure the hell the procedure works.
Rian, you'll get a chance to talk later on. Yeah.
You're presenting
Yeah. And there's just a couple of other points on that, sir, is that you know, as you're aware from my evidence, I was involved in Plan Change 11, which was the Bardowie Industrial Precinct right next door. So there was an example where that's a 50 hectare rezoning. The vast majority of that land is simply for one business alone. So, and the Sleepyhead example provides you with another sort of example where if you don't provide for it, they have to create it themselves. And that's exactly what happened with Sleepyhead. They basically looked all around the place. There was nothing available that was big enough to accommodate them, so they had to go and find somewhere to do it themselves. The same with APL, with the Bardowie Industrial Precinct. They looked all around a sort of 50-kilometre radius all around Hamilton. The closest they could get was 13 hectares of land that they could only lease at Ruakura. There was nothing that they could own. So we essentially had to go out and create it. And then in that case, it was bringing forward the release of land, which was already in an industrial growth cell. So that was sort of effectively stage one of the C10 growth cell. And so I guess my point is that you could realistically have just one business take up the entirety of the Fonterra site quite easily. There's obviously there's examples of that. I've had lots of sad little planning stories where I've got clients who wanted land to move to the Waikato, and they just can't find it. And so again, you have to go and create it. And then just on my conclusion was that subject to the minor amendments to the provisions of Plan Change 14 above, and for the reasons stated in my evidence, it's my opinion that PC 14 should be approved by Waipaha District Council. Sir, before I move to my Appendix A, I have only had the opportunity to very briefly skim through the evidence of Henmar Trust, but probably worthwhile if I just provide a few comments on some of the points that are made. So I'm only looking at the evidence of Mary Louise Burke. So the first, so that I'll tell you, you've got that handy. So my first comment is on page 6. I'll take this as a mischaracterization of the situation insofar as if the Henmar Trust were part of the original proposal. So what happened was we approached, when Fonterra first engaged me to be the lead consultant in terms of preparing the plan change, we approached the other two landowners in the growth cell. So that was BIL in terms of the Kiwi Fruit block and Henmar Trust in terms of what we're calling the Northwestern block. And both said they didn't want to be involved in it at the time. Now, if they had been involved, and particularly if Henmar Trust had been involved, we would absolutely be taking into account their aspirations and what they want to achieve. It wouldn't be just that they were in some sort of back seat as is indicated in the evidence here. If they're part of the client team, then they're part of the action in terms of what we would be developing to address their aspirations. Secondly, the second issue that I'll just respond to is the on page 14 of the evidence, paragraph 56 onwards, talks about the rural amenity performance standards. And I'd just refer you there to the evidence of Lisa Jack in terms of the rationale for why there is a particular treatment along that boundary. And that's got a lot to do with the fact that there are no sensitive receptors immediately across the fence in terms of residential activities. It's just pasture, and also the intended future use of that land being for industrial purposes in any event. So that's the sort of the key things there. In terms of, there's an issue raised on page 19 from para 81 onwards about there being no definition of the word industrial operation, which is a term that you'll find in the definition of dry industries. This hasn't, I mean, Mr. Skelton and Ms. Thomas might want to comment on this, but from my experience, having worked in the Waipaha district for over 35 years, this has never been an issue. And I don't think it will be an issue going forward. Mr. Manhinnick referred to me talking about flooding matters. I'm not presenting evidence as an expert flood modeller here, but I note at paragraph 89 of Ms. Burke's evidence that she notes that the property already ponds, often ponds with the area adjacent to Victoria Road, because of the restricted size of the culvert under Victoria Road. My recollection, and the evidence talks about the results of the modelling that has been undertaken. I think the only point I really want to make on this regard is that this is a regional council matter that would be addressed in the context of any resource consent application for a discharge permit, which will be required. So that's the point at which the whole design of the stormwater system will be scrutinised, and it's therefore assessed in the right jurisdiction too, the people with the expertise in terms of flooding issues. So I don't think you need to concern yourself with trying to replicate any of those sort of types of provisions. The system already exists to properly address that. There's enough work that's been done to prove that the system can work adequately. And obviously there'll be judgment, and if the current predictions are carried forward in terms of the 100 millimetres, and what difference that actually makes in an area that already ponds, will be the subject of scrutiny as part of that regional consent process. But it's really not a land use sort of type district plan matter that needs to be resolved in the context of this hearing, in my view. Yeah, and then there's a bit of criticism about the inclusion of the kiwi fruit block in the plan change area. As I said before, initially it wasn't included, and when we were consulting with the council, Wayne Allen was very insistent that it should be included, and it's largely because that site is already developed and or consented for industrial activities. So it was really just a game of catch up and having the plan reflect what has actually been provided for already by way of resource consent processes. And also it avoids having an island of wrong zoning, if you like, in terms of retaining this little island of rural zone that needs to be at some point in time picked up and rezoned to what the intended use of that land is. So, and all of the technical work that was done for those resource consent application processes was able to be taken into account, and there's no change in land use proposed. It's just basically, as I say, it's the zoning catching up with reality. So it's just a bit of a planning tidy up, if you like. So that's the background to that one. So right, if I take you through my Appendix A, which is, so this is an updated version of the Appendix A that was attached to my evidence in chief. So the additional bits are shown in red text. So I've added to the table at the front. So red text underlined where it's new text and struck through where it's been taken out. So, and this is all just is presented in sort of in the order in which things would appear in the plan, so in sort of numerical order. So that's why it appears to jump from topic to topic a little bit. But the first change is and this is in response to this is one of the mop-up sort of issues from Rebecca Ing's letter, was there's a couple of things that just weren't picked up, we think, in the 42A report. So the first one is just a strike through, just and taking those words out is just makes it read better. So it's just a simple little change. The next one was the adding a new rule, 7411Z, and this is in response to Katrina Andrews' evidence. So this is adding a rule that it provides for electric vehicle supply charging equipment as a permitted activity. So that rule 7411 is your table setting out all your permitted activities. You'll just need to check whether Z is right in terms of the final form of what's happened in the plan. But it just provides for these things as permitted activity.
I mean, that's just an enabling rule, isn't it?
Yeah,
there's nothing mandatory about it.
No, nothing. It doesn't say you have to have them on any site or anything like that. It just is very helpful from the point of view that it takes away any argument about, or is that something that requires a resource consent or not? No, it's a permitted activity. So that's a really good positive change in our view. then following on from the way the plan works, you have your permitted activity rules, and then it goes into performance standards. And the first performance standard is number 40, so 742. So we'll just refer to that as performance standard 43, which is, again, this is in response to Transpower's issues. So the new text is deleting the words "at least one of," so that they all, so it's a or and is the way it works. And the key thing is to ensure that vehicular access to any national grid support structure is available. So that's the standard that is to be achieved. There'll be more to talk about that shortly. Then it jumps to performance standard 46, which is the transport table. So this is the table that sets out the triggers for what the upgrades are that are required and when they are to occur. Now this, what I presented here is now exactly as per Mr. Hudson's Appendix A and what's attached to his. So that's reflecting the full agreement between Mr. Hudson and Mr. Appledorn. And the addition is the taking out the shoulder and should, which should have actually said shoulder in the first place. And so that it's not just the shoulders you're strengthening and widening, it's the whole road carriageway. And the other key one is the Zigzag Road, Victoria Road intersection, which is the proposed roundabout. So that makes it very clear that that has to be done before traffic can access onto Zigzag Road. Over the page, again, we jump back to the topic of electric vehicle supply equipment. So this is basically the performance standard that goes along with the permitted activity rule. So it just puts some bounds around that. And the key thing being, as Mr. Appledorn discussed, was the height. So it's, yeah, having, I actually own an electric car and yeah, it's the height of the actual structure. They will tend to be about 2 meters in height. So, and I haven't seen one that's bigger than 3 square meters yet. So that's the intention here, is just to, so we've just adopted the provisions that Ms. Andrews has suggested. And if you exceed those, then you become a restricted discretionary activity. So it sets out what's to be considered in that regard. Then section 15 of the plan is the section which deals with the development and subdivision. And then it includes some specific provisions that we've introduced in terms of the Mangaoni precinct structure plan area. And the additional change is at the very end of that rule on the next page, which is the one about the access to the national grid corridor. So previously it talked about on all lots, and the problem was you have to go back to the head note of this rule, because it says any subdivision or development as relevant in the Mangaoni precinct structure plan area shall ensure that, and then it said on all lots. So that was the bit about it's physically impossible to do that on all lots, because particularly the ones south of the stream. So it was just a tidy up to sort that out. And I think, yeah, we're happy with what Transpower has proposed in that regard. The next one is section 16, which is the section of the plan dealing specifically with transportation, and that was just putting the word vehicular in there. Oh, that was already pre-agreed, actually, that's not a new change. Over the page, there is, so again, this is just belts and braces stuff. So you've got your rule providing for electric charging stuff. You've got a performance standard as to what parameters it operates in. And then if it becomes a restricted discretionary activity, we've repeated the matters of discretion. And this is just the way the plan is structured. It has the matters that are to be considered for resource consent applications. So while there's a little bit of duplication, it's just to keep things as the way the plan operates. The next section is again, section 21. So this is the assessment criteria and information requirements section of the plan. So we've changed the name of the plan as we agreed. We've added in Ms. Andrews' wording in terms of the 20-metre buffer. So we've got to demonstrate that as part of your your application for land use or subdivision. And yeah, that's the only new change there. Moving down to Appendix S 27. So this is the appendix that is specifically the Mangaoni precinct structure plan. And again, we've added in Ms Andrews' wording there, talking about the 20-metre buffer so that that doesn't get diminished at any point in time in the future. The next provision is the minor access way. So this is the one onto Swain Road, and it says for light vehicle traffic. Now, obviously, we've deleted the fire, emergency and public transport only. So that is in accordance with Mr Hudson's evidence, which Mr Appledorn now agrees with. So while there's been a lot of debate about that, that's what the rule is intended to say now. So
do you need to keep the only? I mean, pedantic point, I know, but I think only.
yes, you could keep the only, absolutely, yes, Yep, that would be that, yeah, that would reinforce the intent. So yeah, that's a good change there. Now, turning to the next page. So this is the picture, the structure plan. The actual structure plan picture is now what we've done here, and I see that the Henmar Trust have raised some issues about this as well. So what I want to do is quite carefully take you through the relationship. I guess the first point is this structure plan only applies to the Mangaoni precinct. Okay? It has no jurisdiction, no applicability to the Bardowie Industrial Precinct or to the Henmar Trust land whatsoever. It is only setting out what the structure plan is for the Mangaoni precinct. And the only reason it shows something extending beyond that, which is the collector road at the northern end, is because that is the one key change that has been made, or it was one of two changes that have been made to the Bardowie Industrial Precinct Structure Plan. So, and you'll see there is a dotted line which is indicated to be an indicative collector road extending north into the Henmar Trust land. So we've purposely kept that exactly as it is on the existing BIL structure plan. So if I can take you to that, Sue, I don't know if you've got it readily handy, but it's in the actual main application, Plan Change 14 application document. And this is at section 4.10 on page 39. What we've got there is the existing Bardowie Industrial structure plan, the Bardowie Industrial Precinct structure plan, which is in the district plan at the moment. So that's this picture here, sir. Okay. So, and then 2 pages over. Oh, here we go. Oh, we go. Brilliant. That's perfect. Thank you. That's much easier. So that there is the amended one. Yep. So, and so the intention was, so if I can take you through that. So what it does, firstly, it adds in the magenta area in the southeast quadrant covering the kiwi fruit block. So because that piece of land is associated with the Bardowie Industrial Precinct in terms of providing stormwater and a recycling centre that's consented and things like that, it has been bolted into the Bardowie Industrial Precinct structure plan and is not part of the Mangaoni structure plan. So that's the first key change, and that's the effect of bringing that into the plan and rezoning it. And the second thing is that the existing structure plan, it's not shown on that plan there, but where you see what we call the southern access, which Claire, you're going to point to that, it's just that where the roundabout is maybe I'll put it up here actually, here we go. This roundabout here, which has recently been constructed that you probably drove through.
Yes.
So that was previously going to be a collector road extending through into the Fonterra land. And that's what's shown on the existing structure plan in the district plan. And so the intention is that that is deleted and replaced with that road at the top being the new collector road. So that is all that we have attempted to show in terms of what is now included on the, so if can we go to the structure plan, please?
Just on that, too, just want to reiterate that that
Yeah.
still has the same status.
Yes, yeah. So, yeah, so this is what is now proposed, and the little dotted line extending north to the Henmar Trust land is still there, although key point is that this structure plan has no relevance. It's only trying to just show some level of consistency. We weren't trying to replicate all of the Bardowie industrial precinct structure plan provisions, because there's a whole lot of them there that aren't shown on there. And the Henmar Trust will probably raise an issue about the fact that that one there, that's the proposed one. The amended one doesn't show a roundabout, for example, but it doesn't matter because it's not relevant. That is something that this structure plan that is attached to my Appendix A only is applicable to the Mangaoni precinct. Okay, the rest of it is just context. Okay, it has no statutory weight or anything. If you want to look at what applies to the Bardowie industrial structure plan, you need to look at that one, not this one. That, and then I think, and then just the last page of my Appendix A, it's just the previous one, no, it's just the red one we need to look at. So again, this is another change as a consequence of the evidence of Miss Andrews, which is just making sure that 20-metre buffer is included in that provision there. So this is part of the actual structure plan at the end, in the appendix of the plan. So those are the changes that are proposed as a response to all the things that have happened since my evidence in chief was prepared. Any questions?
I'm really happy with the last one.
Yeah, just the one question, Mike, if I could. Are you aware of any change of circumstance on the Hannon block?
Yeah, I am, insofar as Richie died a few months ago. That's the father who has owned the property for a long time. I understand, I don't know, but I've been told that his kids might be a little bit more motivated than he ever was in terms of doing something. So that land might become available to the market.
Yes, thank you for that.
I just had one question on the adequacy or otherwise of the yard and landscaping requirements against the rural zone, which obviously the Henmar land. So as I understand, the yard is the setback's 5 metres, and of which 3 metres has to be landscaped.
Yeah.
Mrs. Burke refers to other situations, I think in the Hautapu further north, Hautapu precinct.
Oh, yes.
Where there are greater setbacks
Yeah.
in different circumstances.
Yeah, it's not actually quite correct. She's referring to the interface between what's called Area 6 and Area 7, which was part of the Plan Change 17 area. So have we got a plan that looks at that area there? So it might be the Hautapu structure plan. Did you have a plan? Yeah. Okay, so just so I can explain it, Sue, this is the, if you go up Victoria Road and you go on to Hautapu Road, yes, you get to just before Peak Road, which goes north-south. There's a block of land north of Hautapu Road there that was recently included in the district plan as industrial land. So there's a first block of about 20 hectares, which is the Karma Trust land. So they've probably got a map they can show you, which was live zoned industrial zone. And then the land to the north of that was then rezoned as deferred industrial. And what it is that but at the northern end of the Karma Trust land is a very large stormwater pond, which is about 75 metres wide, which is not a buffer for the purposes of protecting the amenity of the land to the north. In fact, that land to the north is the subject of a plan change that I've prepared which has been lodged with council. And as soon as my clients pay the deposit, I understand we'll be notified. The deposit's $75,000, so they're scraping the money together. So, but anyway, that will then seek to live zone that northern part as well. But the bit in between the two, on the northern boundary of the Karma Trust land, it's not an amenity setback of any kind. It just happens to be a stormwater pond, which does have the effect of creating a separation. But it's a separation for no useful purpose down the track once the land to the north is zoned industrial, which is, I guess, analogous to the situation we're dealing with here. Is that, to what extent do you limit development within the Mangaoni precinct in terms of setbacks and landscaping requirements and things like that, when the intent is that industrial development will roll on to the west at some point in the future? And again, then I come back to the point that Ms. Jack raised about the fact that you don't have sensitive receptors in terms of houses. There's no houses on that. Across the fence there, they're quite some distance. The closest house is on Victoria Road. So you can see on the map there where there's a little square over here. The closest houses in terms of looking in that direction. There is a house on the Henmar Trust land to the north of Zigzag Road, but that up there, but then dealing with that interface doesn't make any difference to that house. It's only going to, and at the distance across to Victoria Road, I think it would be imperceptible in terms of any difference.
In your view, does it, like the respect for rural amenity, extend to dairy operations or farm operations?
Well, I don't see a dairy farm as a sensitive receptor in terms of having a building across the fence. Fonterra could build a big shed across the fence there now as a permitted activity. It's, you can have big sheds in the rural environment.
And how far back would it have to be?
That would be 25. Oh, it depends on the size of the block, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
Because, sorry, there is an existing rule that applies to Area 6 in terms of landscaping requirements.
That's along the road, though.
Along the road and on perimeter sites. So whether the current boundary between 6 and 7 would be a perimeter site, and if so, it would have a 5 metre wide landscaping requirement along it.
So that, yeah, but then the whole, that becomes a bit of a nonsense when you've got a live plan change seeking to live zone it industrial. And so then you're going to have an industrial interface.
Oh, and I understand that. Yeah. I suppose we're talking about the plan as it exists today.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Okay. Thank you. No other questions? I haven't got any other questions on the changes to conditions. Thank you for compiling that for us to have in one place. Cool. Very good.
Excellent. Well, that completes the presentation for Fonterra. There are two aspects I just want to briefly address you on. One is that, just to clarify, as far as those changes that Mr. Crisp has taken you through, one of the key aspects that does remain a point of difference between Fonterra and the council is about that setback. And so it's not included within Mr. Crisp's appendix because there's no change proposed by Fonterra to what it had previously put forward, but that is still a live issue as far as what Fonterra, and you heard from Ms. Jack earlier, as far as what the setback was. So just wanted to make sure that that was clear. And then the second point just related to the economics side of things. And on that, there was questioning of Mr. Heath earlier as far as the recent experience of growth and whether that might have been a helpful addition to his assessment. In that regard, the focus of the assessment related to medium and longer term growth rather than in the short term. And so there is then naturally a limit as far as what recent anecdotal or even quantitative evidence might be for that. But I'd also add that the National Policy Statement on Urban Development Direction is also about providing at least sufficient capacity, and also does have a focus on competitive land markets. And so you did hear from Mr. Heath as far as the efficiency, both from an infrastructure and locational perspective, but also from an operation of the land market as well perspective. And so those were the additional comments I wish to raise. And then just in light of the comments from Mr. Chair, as far as whether there might be any further comments in writing resulting from anything else arising, if we can just reserve a right in relation to that, depending on what other matters might be raised during the course of the hearing.
Yeah. I think any further comments might be useful, particularly in the area of if there are suggestions to changes to provisions.
And
So
it's-
that if we don't have your input on that, then we could potentially go down a route of thinking something looks good and maybe you had a slightly better suggestion. I think probably focus on conditions would be more. I think like the actual content of arguments, I'm not sure there's anything that you could add from what you've given us this morning.
Certainly, and that's been our intention to try to proactively respond to matters. And so that would certainly be the intention, that it would only be in an exceptional circumstance if there were anything that hasn't been foreshadowed through submissions, for example.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this morning. So we are running just a bit over half an hour behind where we were going to be, but we are going to take half an hour break. I understand from my councillors that they have a meeting at 4:30 today, which we're trying to make. So I don't wish to shorten up people's presentation time either. So we're just going to have to work it out. So back at 1:40. Thank you. All right, we'll get going for the afternoon session. Welcome, Mr. Boyd. Mr. Hall.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Yeah, look, so I'll present some lay evidence and then Michael will go through the more technical stuff, which is not up my street. And I'll just advance warning that speaking in public like this is definitely not my cup of tea. So forgive me if I fumble through my words, but
that's fine. You'll see from this morning, it's we try to make it as relaxed as we can for people like yourself, but just take your time. And I mean, obviously we've had your statement. And
yes,
we have
I'm not going to read it.
Yeah.
I'm just going to sort of touch on a few of the key points on it.
Very good. Thank you.
So I'm just presenting this on behalf of my brother Ashley and I. And we're a landowner that has been recently rezoned in the C9 area during Plan Change 17. So we have a keen interest in the wider transport network in particular, and that's what we submitted on. The electricity piece that we had in our statement was largely satisfied by Waipa Network, so that was fine. All we're looking for is good infrastructure with this whole plan change. We're a private family trust that have been in the Cambridge community for a long time. Our father farmed here back in the 60s, so we've been integrally involved in Cambridge for a long time, and we want to see Cambridge grow and be successful, and that's why we support these plan changes, and we do support the rezoning of the C10 growth cell, subject to some of the amendments that we'd like to be considered in our submission. As we say, we're primarily concerned about the constrained transport network, and we're not really talking about Zigzag Road and Swain Road here. We're more focused on Victoria Road. We drive over this road. I know you guys have been there to have a look this morning. We drive over this road nearly every day, and we have already started to see congestion there, and at times. And the more that the area develops, we think that there'll be more congestion over time. And both a lot of the experts that have presented, Mr. Appledorn and the Stantec report was there, have already said that in the future that Victoria Road needs to be 4-laned, and we think that should come sooner rather than later, just because this whole plan change is being brought forward as well. So there's a bit of a timing thing with all of that. As land that's already rezoned comes on, they talked about the Hannon block earlier, another piece of land that's coming on that's just going to create more traffic inflows into the area. We support the our recommended rule change about there being this infrastructure being put in place prior to the plan change, getting title and being developed. But we also recognise at the same time, and we've said this in our submission, that perhaps a staged approach is, because we realise that as soon as you put one site there or whatever, it's not going to create a traffic issue. It's more when the whole thing's developed. If you wait for everything to be developed and then try and do the roading piece, we'll get significant congestion. And in the plan, the roundabout and the new major feeder roundabout which Victoria Road, Hannon Road, Haurebe Road and the new feeder road come into is all dual carriageway, and then it's going to go into a single carriageway roundabout, which is the Bardowie roundabout that sits there right now. So just sort of in summary, I guess, like I say, we support the plan change. We've got nothing wrong with Cambridge going ahead and becoming a much more vibrant community and bringing jobs to the town and helping the town grow. But we think having an effective roading network is key, and we acknowledge that the four laning
of this road. You know, these feeder roads, Haureu, Hannon, Victoria, new PC14 road, may not be practical prior, but like we say, there perhaps needs to be triggers during this development to pause and review and start this work. So, you know, the experts agree that it needs to occur, but we think the council will lose an opportunity to get transport upgrade leverage by engaging a plan provision that allows for these trigger points to pause, review, and, you know, and this could prevent, you know, future roading congestion. So any questions?
No, I think that's very clear. And so in relation to transport, your primary relief is as set out in paragraph 18, where you basically say that you want that upgrade done, the dual carriageway, being the dual carriageway, etc., before any development can take place.
Yeah, but we recognise, you know, and we've said in there about a staging thing. You know, we mentioned that in our evidence, and we realise that, you know, perhaps one site being developed is not going to cause the traffic congestion. We're saying that, you know, as the development comes on, that perhaps there needs to be a staged reviewing process that pauses, has a look at the transport network and considers the requirements.
Okay. I think we'll go to Mr. Hall, and then got any other questions?
Cool. Well, thank you very much. My name is Michael Hall. I'm the Transport Manager at CKL, and I've been engaged by Karma Trust to look at the PC14 traffic and transportation effects. And you've all read my evidence. I haven't provided any formal statement, and I'm largely responding to what has been shared and discussed this morning. So as a sort of bit of a summary, the evidence and assessment provided to date includes inclusion of that 4-laning and other upgrades along Victoria Road, north of State Highway 1 there. And I agree with Mr. Appledorn's statement 6.2 from his statement this morning, and also what's been shared and written by Mr. Hudson and his rebuttal evidence that there is existing capacity on Victoria Road, north of State Highway 1. Mr. Appledorn's statement this morning, 6.1, and other previous statements also confirmed that 4-laning along Victoria Road is required at some point in the future. However, at present, in terms of the rules as they're written, there is no requirement or threshold or any other stage when that 4-laning would need to be done to support the full development of the site. And that's the sort of the key focus that I'm looking at there. Mr. Appledorn's statement 4.1.d part 1, that infrastructure can be timed, is a key statement as well. I think that is quite useful, where it's stating that yes, there is capacity at the moment. Yes, at some point it will need to be upgraded. And the bit that's missing is the assessment to identify when that needs to happen. And as I said before, there's nothing in the rules at the moment that stipulate when that would need to happen. Mr. Crisp also this morning sort of said that it's also possible that the full plan change could feasibly be developed by a single owner or developer or factory or whatever it might be. And so my statement was initially suggesting to set the trigger point for the 4-laning before development occurs. And that's only based on the evidence that I've seen provided to date. I am open to potential thresholds as to when that trigger could actually be in place. It's not uncommon for thresholds to be provided for plan changes and sort of large-scale development. An example that, Mr. Chair, I think you're quite familiar with is the Southern Gateway precinct in Auckland, where there was a requirement for a roundabout to be provided. As time progressed, other developments came along, road environments changed to the point where other infrastructure was in place, the roundabout was no longer required. And so even though the rules did stipulate that something had to happen, there were other mitigating circumstances that meant that a roundabout was no longer necessary in that scenario. And so therefore, even if there is a rule put in that stipulates 4-laning of Victoria Road before development, it is possible that transportation assessment supporting development could do an assessment that says actually there's not as much traffic on the road as might have been previously anticipated, and therefore four laning is not required at this stage or could be deferred for. It might be a certain hectareage of development, it might be by a certain time frame or various other means. The other sort of point I'll make is that including a rule or a threshold will also give councillors a sense of control as well. So it means that development can't just continue uncontrolled. It gives council that control to ensure that the infrastructure is in place. So that's sort of the key summary of my position. So yeah, as I said, my starting point is that four laning should be in prior to development, but am open to having a different threshold if that is amenable.
What's the usual metric in a trigger sort of thing like that? Like the vehicles per day, vehicles per hour?
Yeah, it can vary. My sort of preference is usually a vehicles per hour threshold. Different development can produce a different amount of traffic depending on intensity or size or the exact nature of a factory or warehouse, whatever it might be. So for me, setting a vehicles per hour threshold is usually the most appropriate. Unfortunately, I can't sort of say for this particular site that 100 is the magic number or 500 is the magic number because there hasn't been any assessment to date to demonstrate when four laning would be required.
Right, okay, well, that's very clear. Sorry, just going back to your statement, Mr. Boyd. At 19, you talk about the upgrade of the electricity network. I think you said that's been resolved.
Yeah, I said that.
Yes, okay. Right.
Because what AX gave assurance that is all going to be in place, that sort of wasn't clear from the.
Right. Okay. Commissioners, any questions on that evidence?
Yeah, I'm interested in what kind of metric we could be looking at. Do you have any indication of what the traffic volume is currently? And again, I go back to this point. Have you got any historical information, let's say since PC 17, as to the increase of the traffic since that was enabled? Because that's obviously increased the industrial use of Hautapu, and maybe what the traffic volume trend has been since that happened.
I don't have that evidence or information on me at the moment. I know that data does exist, and I think it's probably held by council or another similar organisation in terms of what those traffic volumes have been increasing over the past few years.
Just on that, the Area 6 of PC 17 is currently in detailed design. It hasn't come to market yet, but the other area, there's been significant infill in the other parts of C9 and C8, over the last year or two.
No, I'm just going to say we might ask Brian when he. Brian now, if he's got. Brian, regarding the traffic volumes on that road, have you got any information you can share with us as to what the trend's been like for the last couple of years?
I'm sorry, I'd have to take some time to do some research. Traffic counts on what is State Highway 1B at the moment are held by NZTA. So council doesn't have that data directly, so I'd have to seek that from them. We'll have some data for counting on Hautapu Road itself and Victoria Road south of the expressway, but that may not give a true representation of traffic changes because a lot of it will be going on and off the expressway interchange.
Thanks.
So, Mr. Hall, I'd like to ask you why you are taking the stance that we need a trigger or a threshold as part of the rules for this particular growth cell, when we've got the approach that's being suggested is that we just rely on council's monitoring of the situation, like we've heard from Brian Hudson that regular road counts are being done and things like that. So why don't you have confidence that those processes that are reviewing what's happening and indicating where, some intervention, some infrastructure needs to be put in, why isn't that process, I suppose, robust enough for you that you think instead you need a threshold or some other metric like that?
Yeah, it's primarily to ensure that the development within the sort of enabled land doesn't continue without that infrastructure being in play.
Yeah.
There are various reasons why, or an example might arise where upgrade is identified as being required, and it might be at 20% of the site being developed. However, the rules as written from my interpretation is that development could keep going on, and if there's financial constraints or engineering constraints or whatever it might be, that might delay that infrastructure from coming on board.
Mm.
And so that it's just giving that degree of comfort.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
I just wonder whether, in that respect, a traffic count, vehicles per hour, etc., is not an effect, is it? So, I mean, like an effect of excess traffic on a road might be measured by a delay at an intersection or something like that, which is an effect.
Correct. So you can have thresholds that say that you will do an assessment at certain breakpoints, for example, and if your level of service or delay is less than a minute on this approach or at this intersection, that would then trigger an upgrade. Yeah.
Okay. All right, anything else, Commissioners? No?
I don't know if it's worth asking staff if they want to comment on the processes of the it's delivering the outcomes without having to put this to a wall or something.
Do you want to ask that question?
I've just been asking the chair if I could ask a question of the staff as to whether or not they consider their processes that are in place, to monitor traffic demand and things like that and how it's managed, that would you consider that those processes are responsive enough and can be resourced without delay so that the negative outcomes that are being put forward is a possibility, they can be managed, to a satisfactory degree?
Through the chair, the short answer would be yes. You can put on consent notices to individual properties to provide traffic information based on traffic counts, and that could be done as report monitoring. And they could be providing monthly reports or however long the triggers based on the actual effect that is looking to be generated can help those processes. We already have certain examples in that area, like Waikato Tractors Limited, that are on the south end of C9. They have access to peak and they have monitoring and traffic count conditions already applied to them. It's more an enforcement element of it, of how heavily is that enforced until such time all the other upgrades are in place. So yes, there is tools and provisions under the sort of next stage of the resource consent that can manage the effects based on what demand gets generated. I've just been asked to talk about the development agreement side of things as well. Yeah. So that trigger of effect in terms of infrastructure and its capacity, those can also be built into development agreements, not just the consenting side. So development agreements can cover off any amount of infrastructure that's required to enable growth to occur. It's not set on the DCs. The DCs could be laid as a foundation, but essentially any charges over and above those that are known to be an effect of that, they should be paying their relevant share on top of that. So the development agreement in instances like this, where infrastructure is deemed necessary based on all the determining factors, you can assign a portion to that development and manage that effect as best possible.
So that sounds like you have pretty close control over that and the magnitude of any effects. Yes, I was just concerned that a lot of these industrial activities are permitted activities, but regardless of that, they would still have to go through that process with you, with your team. Yeah.
Through the chair, there is still ITA requirements based off the land use activity. So they need to demonstrate an effect of what's going on the ground based on the activity that they albeit permitted, there's certain provisions around ITAs for different types of infrastructure and what comes through there. So, and they'll still have building consents where, you know, the duty planners will be picking up, oh, this size of this building might be commensurate with a certain generation of demand. So we've got plenty of other avenues to try and pinpoint where that demand is generating from.
So as a gathering of that sort of information, does that say to you, you need to get serious about it and do a sort of a local network-wide investigation? So it's not actually, the result is not actually a commitment to do work.
Well, through the chair, these structure plans help inform our infrastructure investment and what's required of councils. So in my view, it's first an exercise of what is council's share of the infrastructure that we're looking to invest here. And it's typically where there's high risk conflict areas and zones on existing networks that we own. So that's sort of the first remit, is understanding, okay, well, what's the infrastructure required that council needs to enable the development to occur. The next part of that is the monitoring element of it. So our enforcement team would be able to pick up certain conditions and register any of those existing monitoring provisions to help inform that wider picture of the timing of when these are necessary.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, we've got I can understand that point, because we've got this issue of the third bridge, which, you know, we keep talking about and talking about and talking about. It demands there for a third level crossing, but council just can't afford it. I mean, essentially that happen here. If the traffic's on that road.
An actual requirement. Mr. Edge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Edge, and over to you.
Thank you for this opportunity.
And just maybe bring it a bit close, just slide it in. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I'll repeat. Good afternoon and thank you for this opportunity to present. I've written my presentation down, and I'd just like to make an adjustment to page 2, the last line of paragraph 8, should say page 7. Okay. My name is Leslie Dredge. My husband, Ken Dredge, and I are the owners of 174 Swain Road, Cambridge. My submission focuses on the economics assessment produced by Property Economics on behalf of Fonterra, which was an Appendix 1 on the application documents provided by Waipa District Council. My submission offers evidence to show that the economics assessment has not provided adequate justification for PC 14. The economics assessment lacks robustness and statistical accuracy, and my position remains unchanged. The economics assessment has been peer reviewed by Market Economics at the request of Waipa District Council. The peer review by Market Economics does not dispute my analyses, and I support the findings of Market Economics regarding their assessment of the economic assessment's methodology and reliability of conclusions. Today, I will speak to my submission points regarding the economics assessment and the peer review. I will then provide comments in response to section 42A report with a focus on the Waipa District Council commentary regarding the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land and the Waikato Regional State Policy Statement. First part of my presentation relates to the submission points regarding the economics assessment and peer review. The National Policy Statement for Urban Development requires Tier 1 councils to complete a housing and business development capacity assessment every 3 years. This was last updated in 2023. The economics assessment focuses largely on discrediting the Business Development Capacity Assessment 2023. My submission shows that the findings of the Business Development Capacity Assessment are statistically robust, as confirmed by Market Economics peer review, that outlines the, quote, well-peered review 3-step process. Market Economics peer review states that the economics assessment does, quote, not offer an independent or alternative projection to validate or challenge the Business Development Capacities Assessment methodology for assessing industrial land demand and capacity. This absence of an alternative model raises questions about the robustness of property economics conclusions. I support this view. Market Economics states that the economic analysis, quote, lacks, beg your pardon, quote, analysis lacks specific information on occupancy and vacancy rates of industrial land in general. As a result, there is no clear indication of the available industrial land capacity, which is a critical component covered by the Business Development Capacity Assessment. I support this view. Market Economics also states, quote, without data on occupancy and vacancy, the economics assessment may not fully account for the sufficiency or availability of industrial land, potentially impacting the reliability of the conclusions regarding demand and capacity. A more comprehensive methodology would include analysis of occupancy and vacancy rates alongside current provisions to provide a clearer picture of industrial land capacity within the district. And I support that view. Market Economics also states it should be, to quantify the likely extent of additional land required for relocations from Carter's Flat, considering the recent changes at Hautapu through PC 17. This additional analysis would strengthen the case for PC 14 by providing a clearer understanding of the actual land requirements for these relocations, and I support that view. Market Economics has revised the Industrial Land Sufficiency Summary in hectares for Waipa Business Development Capacity Assessment 2023. So this updated table is not actually dated, but referred to in the Market Economics peer review. And that table is on page 2. The key points in this updated table are growth to 2052 plus a competitive margin will sit somewhere between 103 hectares and 128, well under the available capacity for the Waipa district. That is a sufficiency between 74.1 hectares and 49.5 hectares projected for the next 30 years. The risk of oversupply should not be minimised. Market Economics states that C10 strategic positioning to the Waikato Expressway and increased connectivity were not fully captured and reflected in the Business Development Capacity Assessment 2023. However, construction of the Waikato Expressway began prior to 2012, with the Cambridge bypass completed in 2015. Council and stakeholders would have captured its significance in the business development capacity assessment on 2023 in the multi-criteria analysis. The multi-criteria analysis places weightings on key metrics, which are collated and scored to enable a comparison between plan-enabled capacity and the multi-criteria analysis score for that area. I've provided a larger version of the table on page 7. And if you have a look at that table, Cambridge Karapiro is the second to last from the bottom. The key points from this analysis are a key metric, which is access to major road transport routes, good transport access, especially road motorway, is included in the weighting. Cambridge Karapiro scores 15 out of 20, a lower value than Te Rapa, Ruakura, Huntly and Pokeno. The overall MCA score for Cambridge Karapiro is 72, which indicates a good alignment with plan-enabled capacity. I agree with market economics that the Waikato Expressway has, quote, enhanced accessibility, attracting new businesses and industries. However, property economics and market economics provide no quantification of any shortfall in capacity as a result of improved connectivity. I also agree with that there has been, quote, a surge in industrial developments, but the connection between new industrial developments and demand for industrial land, especially land for large-scale manufacturing and logistics developments, needs further explanation. Now, part B of my report, my presentation refers to the 42A report. So I'm focusing here on the Waipa District Council's commentary regarding the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land and the Waikato Regional Policy Statement. I note Waikato Regional Council submission points 10.2 right through to 10.7 question the robustness and lack of detail in the economics assessment and request an economic assessment to be undertaken that demonstrates that PC 14 gives effect to clause 3.6 of the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land and aligns with Waikato Regional Council policies. I support this request. Regarding the Waikato Regional Policy Statement, this sets out the criteria for out-of-sequence development. Criteria AA is that, quote that, the development would add significantly to meeting a demonstrated need or shortfall for housing or business floor space as identified in a housing and business development capacity assessment or in council monitoring. Section 42A of the report correctly states PC 14 will assist in meeting the shortfall in industrial land identified by HBDCA, which I presume refers to the Business Development Capacity Assessment for the sub-region as a whole in the medium term. As I have addressed, there is no demonstrated need or shortfall of industrial land identified in the short or medium term. Regarding the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land, Tier 1 and Tier 2 territorial authorities may allow urban rezoning of highly productive land only if the urban rezoning is required to provide sufficient development capacity to meet demand for housing or business land and to give effect to the National Policy Statement on Urban Development 2020. In the Section 42A report, Waikato District Council comments that PC 14 is not highly productive land as the land is excluded from the transitional definition because it is identified for future development in the Future Proof Strategy 2022. For land to be identified for future development, it must be, quote, identified in a published future development strategy as land suitable for commencing urban development over the next 10 years, or identified, one, in a strategic planning document as an area suitable for commencing urban development over the next 10 years, and two, at a level of detail that makes the boundaries of the area identifiable in practice. The National Policy Statement of Highly Productive Lands Guide for Implementation provides guidance as to what identified at a level of detail that makes the boundaries of the area identifiable in practice, and what that is. The guidance states that the strategic planning document must include mapping that is specific enough to identify the boundaries of future urban area and know with certainty whether a particular land parcel is included or excluded. Future Proof 2022 only identifies an indicative area for long-term development around the Hautapu area in Map 6. And if you have a look at the back of your page, where is it? Or over the page, page 5, I've tried to actually get a Map 6, which you probably would get a better map on the actual document. It's not coloured, unfortunately. I ran out of time, but it's just a little kind of like blob on the map. Now, where was I up to? Okay. Right. The National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land Clause 3.57b, used by Waipa District Council to exclude the land from being highly productive land, also has an intent to set out in the guidance. The intent of the clause is to ensure future urban development areas are only excluded from highly productive land, that's the transitional definition and mapping, when there is a high level of certainty the land will be developed for urban use in the next 10 years. It should be pointed out that in 2022, the definitive boundaries of growth cell C10, which is part of PC 14, were shown clearly at the parcel level in the Waipa 2050 growth strategy and the operative Waipa District Council plan. These strategic planning documents both indicate that the C10 growth cell in Cambridge Hautapu is anticipated for development beyond 2035. As a post-2035 growth cell, post-2035 is not within the 10-year timeframe from October the 19th, 2022, when the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land came into effect. For these two reasons, A, the lack of specific mapping of the land, and B, C10 is a post-2035 growth cell in all other strategic documents in 2022, further consideration of the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land is needed. In conclusion, to summarise, I approached PC 14 with curiosity regarding the need to advance the C10 post-2035 growth cell. Since the Business Development Capacity Assessment 2023 shows there's no anticipated insufficiency of industrial land in the short or medium term. My submission focuses on the economics assessment, which does not adequately justify the need for PC 14. There is no robust assessment or evidence of increased demand. This conclusion is confirmed by the independent peer review from Market Economics. Out of sequence policy must be followed. Justification for advancing rezoning is important. It is not efficient or effective from an infrastructure servicing point of view to provide services to an area well ahead of when demand is likely to occur. Nor will the economic benefits outlined by PE, by property economics and market economics be fully realised. The risk of advancing development without demonstrated demand risks oversupply. The effects of this are not fully explored in the PC14 submission. I respectfully request that my relief sought as per my original submission and points raised at the hearing today be accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Church. I mean, our advice, just on the NPS HPL, I mean, our advice from on expert evidence is that that's not relevant. So you're contesting
Oh, yeah.
its relevance, yeah,
And it's because of the mapping,
right. All right, well,
because the Act requires, I believe, I mean, I'm not an expert in it. It's only what I've read, but the Act does require mapping at the parcel level of detail, and that mapping occurred in the documentation from Waipa District Council. And that was identified then as the post-2035 growth cell.
well, we're obviously not across the detail of the technique, so we'll have a look at that.
Thank you.
I mean, just in terms of your, what are the risks of oversupply? I mean, if we came to the point of that was becoming critical, for example, and whether we were satisfied as to the economic side of things. I mean, you've set out, I think, on the last page, a couple of things
I did
about servicing.
Yeah, sorry.
So what are the risks of oversupply?
I think it becomes, well, it's also really using resources that could be used somewhere else. That's basically what it counts to. And I mean, council has lots of different projects, throughout Waipa District. And also means sacrificing some of those for others. There's always going to be a trade-off from an economics point of view. There always is a trade-off. And that really, I don't think, has been addressed. Interestingly enough, Mr. Heath actually provided a lot of detail on the risks of oversupply when he spoke to a documentation from, he was requested by Futureproof, that's right. And he listed all of the economic effects of oversupply in that document, but has not listed any of them in his PC economics assessment, the PC14.
I mean, his evidence does list economic costs, which is basically the same thing. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
There
I
is
mean,
costs.
have you been here most of the day, or?
I missed about the part this morning, unfortunately, yes.
I mean, in terms of our questions and what have you on things like transportation and servicing, it seems to me that a lot of the discussion was, well,
We need it.
well, it was more, transport, it was more along the lines of, we're going to have a bit of pain through congestion before you get it. Now, that seems to me, it's not that's not arriving before it's necessary. It's probably arriving after it's needed. I just wonder whether, that's actually
I don't
the
know.
way it goes.
Sorry to interrupt. When I just read the economics assessment that Fonterra requested from Property Economics, it read initially to me like, yes, we do need it. That's how I read it. I thought, oh my gosh, we need this now. And as a person who's bought a property on Swain Road, and we knew that it was going to be a growth cell after post-2035. And I'm thinking, yep, well, we probably do need it. And that's why in the relief I sought, I didn't actually oppose the development. I just requested the time frame to be adjusted to determine whether or not there was actual demand for industrial land. Now, the thing that I did what I did in my economics submission was I tested all of the analyses that Mr. Heath had done, and there wasn't one that was economically sound in terms of economics and statistics. They were all at fault. So then I thought then I realized, well, if these are all at fault, what does that say about industrial land demand? And what does that say about capacity? And market economics from future, who have done the work from Future-Proof, for Future-Proof. In fact, I think the guy who wrote it is that the director of market economics does all the work for Future-Proof, verified all of what I had said. So it wasn't, I didn't have to come here and try and prove what I had said statistically was correct. He verified all of that. So everything that I said in that submission was correct. And I thought, wow, okay, I'm on the right track here. But then in the second part of his peer review said, yes, but we do need growth. We've got the Waikato Expressway here. We've got, all of these people wanting to come and live in Cambridge, and we've got an increase in the service sector and commercial sector, and I can see that happening. But the question is, we're looking at industrial land demand. And so, and he provided a new updated table for industrial land demand that is, from Future-Proof, not dated, but it's updated. And those demand figures in that table are just about double of what it was published in the document that I looked at. But even so, it still shows that there is sufficiency, a lot of sufficiency right up for 30 years. So I'm wondering, okay, well, why is there now such a big need for an extra, 47.9 hectares of land? That's my big question. Now, why do we need that now? And why does council have to put all the resources in promoting a plan change that those resources could possibly be used elsewhere?
All right, well, we've heard, I don't think we have any other questions for
Oh,
you.
well, I wanted
You've
to
got a
just-
question? Right, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Leslie. And yeah, I'm impressed with the work that you've put into the analysis.
you.
And I certainly wouldn't attempt to, I suppose, call any of them into question. However, I'm not sure if I agree with the balance of overall, okay? Because I have been looking at ME's peer review, and they are definitely aligned with you and say that, what you've pointed out is correct or valid. However, they do say that overall, based on what is in that report and also their own knowledge, I understand that there is still, in fact, I'm going to read the last paragraph. While ME agrees that the work carried out by PE requires further work in terms of establishing a justification for the industrial land, ME believes that economic efficiency is enhanced by granting PC 14. So even though there were weaknesses in the analysis, there was still enough information there, I suppose, to confirm that in the longer term, it's certainly a good move for Waipa District Council to agree to open this land up for development now. And in fact, I think in Tim Heath's presentation, he did emphasise that he was taking a medium to long-term view, so that we're trying to get justification by using data that's based in the recent past or the present for something that's going to be in between 3 and 5 or 10 years time, when this land is actually likely to see development, that it wasn't possible to use that kind of data to create that argument, I guess. Yeah.
Can I respond to that? Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
very happy for you to respond to
okay.
that. Yeah.
So, yeah, I agree that, what we see around us looks as if, yes, we do need this area to be developed. But I would like to actually see the information and data that proves that we need it. And I don't believe that's been shown. So I think that, somebody needs to, come in and say, yes, we've had this developer knocking on our door. Or yes, we have these inquiries. Yes, we've got land that is up for sale and it's sold within X months. Or yes, this is the proof that we have shown here that yes, in the next whatever time frame we're looking at, this is what is happening now and we're expecting it to happen in the future. And that's from a proven statistical point of view that, yes, we can prove this, but I haven't seen that proof.
Yeah. And that's a good point. I mean, personally, as a councillor, we have seen data about the rise in industrial land prices. That is, I suppose that it is.
That would be something, yeah.
It isn't part of this
definitely.
material, definitely. And I think there would also be anecdotal evidence of the inquiries that are being, I suppose, received by our economic development advisor or perhaps even our mayor, on prospective, and businesses and industries
Because
wanting to.
the information, I mean, I did my economic assessment way back in July last year. And the only sort of like information that I could get hold of, unless I used the Official Information Act, of course, that I could get hold of was the considerable drop in the value of consents for non-residential properties. It had dropped something like 65%. I'll just try and find it.
I recall that, yes.
Do you recall that?
Oh, yes, I do recall
Which
it.
to me was an indicator that, there wasn't the demand out there that, everyone said, yes, we need this land.
Yeah, I think the counter argument to that is that the value of consents doesn't reflect the number or the fact, the interest. that
Yeah, well,
might be
council
occurring.
would have that information.
Yeah, and also because we had been in a recession at that time.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like, they're great points, and I guess that's something that, I can concur with my panel members on as
Yeah.
well.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any other?
Staff.
No. We have any other questions? So thank you very much for your input.
Yes.
It's always valuable to us to get, albeit what's considered non-expert evidence, but nevertheless is
Well, I
backed
hope
by
you consider-
some
Yeah.
qualifications.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lovely.
Ms Andrews, welcome.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I'm Katrina Andrews. I'm a Senior Policy Advisor in the Strategic and Spatial Planning team at the Waikato Regional Council, and I've prepared planning evidence in relation to PC14.
Right, and what shall we be looking at?
So I have prepared a summary statement for today, which highlights key points of my evidence. So I'll just hand that up now. So in the interests of time, and because there is now a high level of agreement between myself and the experts for Fonterra, I'm not going to read through this summary statement word for word today, but I'll just skim through the key points that I wish to highlight.
Thank you.
So I'll be starting at paragraph 4 of the summary statement. So the WRC submission to PC14 supported development of the plan change site for industrial purposes, subject to further analysis and amendments, with a view to ensuring the proposed plan change aligns with the relevant higher order policy direction under the RMA. This includes the Waikato Regional Policy Statement, or WRPS, and the decisions version of proposed WRPS Change 1. I am supportive of most of the assessments and recommendations presented in the Section 42A report as they relate to the WRC submission. My evidence briefly comments on the assessment of PC 14 against the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land, or NPSHPL, and the Urban Form and Development chapter of the WRPS and proposed WRPS Change 1, before focusing on a limited number of recommended amendments relating to long-tailed bats and their habitat and transport emissions reduction. Starting with the NPSHPL, in paragraph 19 of my evidence in chief, I note that I agree with the assessment of the NPSHPL presented in the Section 42A report. This concludes that the PC 14 land is exempt from the transitional definition of highly productive land under clause 3.57b. This is due to the site being identified for future urban development as defined in the NPS, as it was identified in the Future Proof Strategy 2022 as being suitable for commencing urban development within 10 years from the commencement date of the NPSHPL. I note that the Market Economics peer review of the PC14 economic assessment agrees with some of the points raised in the WRC submission in relation to this economic assessment. However, as the plan change site does not meet the transitional definition of highly productive land, I agree that PC14 is exempt from the tests under clause 3.6 of the NPSHPL, which require detailed assessment of development capacity and sufficiency. In paragraphs 21 to 25 of my evidence in chief, I address the Urban Form and Development chapter of the WRPS and proposed WRPS Change 1. I highlight for the panel that a key aspect of the proposed WRPS Change 1 assessment is the assessment against policy UFD-P11, method UFD-M49, and Appendix 13 relating to out of sequence or unanticipated developments. PC14 represents an out of sequence development as it proposes to bring forward the development of part of the C10 growth cell from the long term to the medium term. Overall, I generally agree with the assessment of the Urban Form and Development chapter presented in the Section 42A report. The next section of my evidence in chief relates to the management of actual and potential effects on long-tailed bats and their habitat.
So just if I can interrupt, I mean,
Yes, certainly.
so I mean, we've read your evidence on that, and as you note in para 21, they accepted what you said. So, I mean, given that, is there anything you want to add to all that? Because we have read what pretty much what you've written there again in your summary.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to expedite things a bit, Ms. Andrews, but.
Yes, certainly. Specifically on the RPS, or are you meaning overall?
Oh, just on the bat, yes.
Oh, on the bats,
Yes,
sorry.
yes.
No, there isn't. I don't think there is anything else that I
So you
specifically
had a good
need to
win on that
highlight.
one.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. I do note that we have only sort of received a response, I guess, from experts for Fonterra. So I'm just cognizant that the Section 42A, as it stands, hasn't responded to
Right.
my points so far. So that was my reason for including them in my summary today, was just to
Right.
make sure that my reasoning for those requested amendments were clear.
Right, I've heard you on that, yes.
But
Fair enough.
no, there's nothing specific that I wish to add. So I'm happy to skip over if that would be
Thank you.
helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah, and so I do note that Dr. Usher and Mr. Crisp in their statements today have agreed with the amendments relating to the BAT provisions, and the Director General of Conservation is also supportive of the amendments. So turning to transport and climate change, it is a similar situation in which the experts for Fonterra have now also today expressed agreement with the amendments that I am recommending. So there's probably little need to get into that detail as well, unless there was anything that the panel specifically wished to hear me comment on. So I am, in summary, just seeking those changes relating to electric vehicle charging equipment, which are set out in paragraph 54 of my evidence in chief. And yes, similarly, Mr. Appledorn and Mr. Crisp have expressed agreement to those changes this morning. So the only other thing I was going to highlight, which isn't written in my evidence, was I did just want to briefly add that I also support the new information requirement for the reserve development and operational maintenance plan relating to a fish passage that is recommended in the section 42A report. I didn't specifically address this in my evidence because it doesn't fall under any of my key topics, but I wanted to note that in my opinion, that is an appropriate requirement for that plan. And I consider it addresses the relief sought in the WRC submission on that matter. So that was a very quick tour through my evidence. So I'm happy to answer any questions if there's any other matters that the panel would like clarification on.
Yeah, I just wondered on a region-wide basis on the EV provision that you're wanting to see included and has been included here, is that sort of going out around the region? Do you know?
The plans around the region are all at sort of different stages, and there's been different opportunities, I guess, to seek amendments such as this. So I'm not actually sure whether there are any other plans in the region more widely that have it, but I was basing that off the provision that has been included for the Airport Northern Precinct in the Waipa District Plan, which is why I thought it would be appropriate to also include in this instance.
Yes, I guess the more urban plans are probably key targets for you.
Pardon?
The more urban plans are probably the key
Yes.
targets for you as well.
Yeah. So yeah, it's the reason for recommending that is there is higher order policy direction in national and regional documents relating to specifically that relationship between urban development and climate change and transport emissions. So yes, you're correct that the urban areas are where we would be seeking this kind of provision.
All right. Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Taylor. Welcome. And as I understand, we haven't got a further statement from you. You're just going to make a few points verbally for us.
Just going to read this out.
Right. Thank you. Over to you. And don't forget the point you were going to make before that you couldn't get in.
Well, I can cover that now.
Sure.
And Roger actually covered that when Mark was talking. So that's all sorted.
Yeah.
It wasn't offered up by Mark until requested, that's all.
Yeah. Can you, is that mic on?
It's green.
It's green. Okay, just move it a bit closer to you. Yep, that's good. Thank you.
So good afternoon. I'm here today as an affected person to the proposed plan change. So I've got a bit of background for you all first. My family and I have lived on Swain Road for 19 years. In that time, there has been substantial change to the built environment that we bought into. At the start of our living there, we bought into a rural lifestyle block setting with a neighbour on each side of us and the Fonterra dairy farm across the road. It was zoned rural with no expectation of change. Since we bought, we have had to deal with Swain Road being closed for the expressway and bridge to be constructed. This was at a time when our eldest was starting high school and we had anticipated him walking to school, but as the road was closed, we had to drive him to and from school. And then once all of that was finished, we had the extra traffic due to Watkins Road being closed off permanently. We've also had Fonterra change from a dairy farm to a cut and carry farm, which, as I found out, means removing all of the cows and most of the infrastructure and then mowing the grass and trucking it away. We found out this was the case when we would get a tractor mowing most of the day in what felt like half the night. Then at 11:30 p.m, they would be wrapping the big bales right beside the road, which is just in front of our front boundary. It's been quite an interesting experience learning all about that process. Then the trucks roll up and down the road to truck the grass away. I understand that it is a rural farm and that is what they can do. And when I did educate them about the noise, they have made a good effort to manage the timing of the operation. So it has lessened the negative impact on us, which is appreciated. Now, then for the last 6 years, we've had to deal with the APL development. I have to say, I didn't consider the implications of their application nearly enough. We were given paperwork showing the proposal, and I assumed various consultant reports as well. I remember briefly reading their proposal and thinking that it wasn't going to have much of an effect on us. I was very wrong about that. My understanding was the entrance on Swain Road was supposed to have been a temporary nature. Well, that temporary entrance turned into 6 years of, I would estimate, between 5 and 50 heavy trucks and trailers per workday. Sundays were pretty quiet though, which was a pleasant relief. Once the business was operational, we had one particular truck and trailer that would go past at 4:20 p.m, then again late at night, which was about 11:30ish. This truck was running a straight through exhaust and excessively loud. I spoke with the APL freight manager about this issue and they eventually got it fixed. But I had to get the police involved, otherwise they weren't going to do it. This truck and trailer unit, along with some of the others, would make our house vibrate as they drove past. On last delivery days, it was even worse. We would get the Les Harrison trucks rattling and banging their way up and down the road. The road was stabilised a couple of years ago. That was what I would call a cheap rebuild a couple of years ago. It made it slightly better, but I wouldn't have thought for the cost that it has been worth it. Now that the Victoria Road roundabout has been finished and APL have got their gates working, all of these particular issues have stopped, which is again is a massive relief. However, because of these noise and traffic issues that I've experienced over the last 6 years, I'm very sensitive to this new proposed plan change. My main concern is obviously the noise. That is traffic, the civil construction, and then building, and then the operational noises from new business. I read in various reports about the different effects on us as neighbours, that they have been reduced as much as possible, but I don't think it's enough to retain anywhere near what we have. To anyone who thinks that the effects on us won't be very much, please try putting yourself and your family in our position. So I have a few points in no particular order. The first is about the demand for industrial property. Property demand ebbs and flows. A few years ago, property prices were going up and sales were strong. At the moment, the demand is low and there is land available on Hennon Road. So I would suggest the proposal to change the plan based on a perceived demand for industrial property is a bit weak. Next point is the district plan. My understanding of a district plan is so that we can all plan our businesses and lives. Like I said, we've lived at Swain Road since February 2006, and when we bought, the zoning was rural with no expectation of change. So now to be forced into a position of defending our lifestyle because of a company wanting to change the plan seems very unfair to me. Next is the kiwifruit block and enforcement in general. The kiwifruit block on Swain Road had a land use consent for earthworks and site storage as part of their neighbouring development. The site was supposed to have been returned to grass once the main construction was completed. This hasn't happened, and we have been left with a not so nice looking pile of sand and dirt. When I've asked the council about this, they have said it's fine and no rules have been broken. But I don't think the enforcement team had checked the consent properly. I bring this up to show that just because the consent is given, there will always be a degree of non-compliance. So even if measures are put in place, who's going to enforce them? Next point is the traffic. I see there has been considerable attention to traffic consideration with varying views from very experienced people. But I would like to bring up the proposed Swain Road access way. In the traffic reports, the drawings and every other piece of information that I have read, it refers to it as a light vehicle access only. But then in the latest traffic report, the definition from the transport engineer of a light vehicle is anything under 12 tonne. Now 12 tonne is not a light vehicle. For an example, that is a fully loaded 6-wheeler bin truck, commonly used to carry soil or dirt. The definition of a light vehicle is anything under 3.5 tonnes, which is a car or car and light trailer at most. I've got the definition here from New Zealand Transport Agency, which reads, a heavy vehicle has a gross vehicle mass of more than 3,500 kilograms. I find that this is quite misleading to refer to light vehicles in this way. Next point is transportation. In the planner's report, it talks about that there should be no direct vehicle access to the industrial sites of Swain or zigzag roads, and that activities that fail to meet this requirement would then require a resource consent for a non-compliant activity. Does that mean there is a possibility of someone potentially getting a consent to access Swain and zigzag from the industrial site as a non-compliant activity? I really hope that's not the case, because I don't want Swain and zigzag to be like Hautipi Road. And here's the next point. This is a bit of an interesting one, I think. So we've got money and reasons. No one has mentioned value of property, as I understand that it can't be used to influence a decision, when in itself that's an issue. But anyway, I do think it needs to be mentioned, as I believe it is a major driver of the Fonterra proposal, and it's not really for the benefit of the community. The farm currently has a rating value of $10.4 million, and at $500 per square metre for developed industrial land of 47 hectares of net land, that gives the land a rough value of $238 million, which is, say a third to develop, which leaves 158 million for them. This is a very big handout to the biggest company in the country. I'm unsure of what this proposal has already and will do to the future value of our property, but common sense would suggest that it has already had a negative effect on our property. And then my last point, this morning when I was just finishing this off at 7 a.m. from my office at home, I could hear 2 different safety beepers in the distance. So I can confirm that my noise concerns are not just my imagination or a theoretical concern. So in my original submission, I was looking for mitigation measures. The advice I had received was that the plan change will go ahead anyway, and the best I could hope for would be mitigation. However, my true feelings on the PC14 proposal are that it should be wholly rejected by Waipa District Council and stick to the original 2035 date. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Especially your list of specific concerns. Is that in your handwriting, or is that typed up? Or
I've typed it up.
Yes. So could you make that available to Joe or someone, because
you can have that.
That would be useful to.
That's fine.
Obviously for us to have. I've made some notes, but I wouldn't have captured everything. Yeah.
You wouldn't have kept up.
No.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
Any questions? Yes, I mean, all the individual things you raise are all pertinent to a property that ends up on the boundary, on the interface. I mean, the rural interface has certainly been a topic of investigation. And I guess it's really the provisions in the proposed change that have been aimed at mitigating the effects you've identified. Obviously, we've got traffic access both during construction and operation. Your example of what happened during APL in terms of construction traffic, it's interesting. The noise, and obviously we've gone through visuals.
The visual side of it, I have to admit, I'm not so worried about, because Fonterra have made a good effort to, minimise what they can. But at the end of the day, the noise will just go on and on. like APL's essentially finished. You know, I couldn't tell where that beeping noise was coming from this morning, but it would have been either them or Somerset, way away in the distance. So it will happen, and no one else in this room has to live with it, but we will. So
Believe
we've-
me,
and
you-
we've been there
you
for
wouldn't be
20
the
years.
only person that, you know, lives with objectionable noise.
No.
And and it could well be noise that even meets limits. You know, that's just the nature of living in an urban environment, unfortunately.
Well,
and town has come to you.
Well, this is not town, this is industrial. And, you know, that's not town. To me, town is houses. So it's, I don't believe town has come to us at all.
I mean, you know, I mean urban development.
Yeah.
More broadly. So, you know, we'll definitely be looking closely at the wording of the various mitigation measures as part of what we're considering in this proposal.
Yeah, thanks. I really took on board what you were saying about those impacts on you, and it seemed to me that it wasn't so much having maybe the resource consent conditions to rely on, but more the fact that if you can approach the people concerned and let them know what's happening and they have the chance to adjust their operation so that it doesn't affect you to such a degree.
So which I do try and educate people rather than complain. But if they don't want to hear it, nothing will happen. So, you know, we had 3 months of misery with that truck I was talking about. And I only brought that up so that to show you and prove to you that when if something goes in across the road and we end up with a neighbour like that, well then, and they'll turn around and say to me, like they said to me, well, you just got to put up with it, Rion, because we're legal. And my response to that is, well, you might be legal, but that doesn't make it right. So, like, imagine if we turned up, there's a certain steel manufacturing business in Carter's Flat, which I know keep people awake on Thornton Road. So if we ended up with a business like that anywhere near across our place, you can't sleep at night. So who compensates us or looks after us for that?
And you said you got the police involved?
Yes, because when I rang the APL transport manager, they basically told me to put up with it, you know, whatever, wouldn't do anything. So in the end, I had to ring the police. And even them, I had to push quite hard. So in the end, I forget what it was called. They had some meeting because the trucks have some, I don't know what they call it, to, you know, so they say they're real good truck drivers or truck businesses. So they got threatened with that, whatever they call it, taken away from them. So eventually they did get it fixed. But it took 3 months of, you know, and I don't see why I should have to be put in that position to constantly bring those sorts of things up.
Yeah, and thanks for that detail. Appreciate that.
Right. Thanks, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mrs. Mary Burke is the witness. Are you happy if Louise Burke, who's part of the team, if you like, is seated beside me?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes.
And the statements that will be made by myself and by Mrs. Burke, I've got paper copies of them here in case people prefer to read them that way.
That was what was presented. That was what came in last night, was it? Yes.
Paper copies, they are here.
I'll distribute those. Yes, that's fine. I mean, we've got them electronically already.
Who's going to read it, Louise or I?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's mine. Yeah, no, that's good.
And I'll present opening submissions first.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lang. Welcome.
And I apologise for the lateness of it. It's just occasionally, thankfully it is only occasionally, a encouraged deadline can't be met. That's what's happened this time, and probably more because of my availability than anything else.
Well, as you know, all we can do is encourage. When it comes to legal submissions, lawyers are a law unto themselves when it comes to
I don't find
lodging
that's the case,
statements.
but, okay. Now, what I'll do is wherever there's any overlap between what I've got to say and what Mrs. Burke has got to say, I will try and skip through those, not to reduce the importance of it, but just simply to save repetition.
And just one point in relation to the shown connection to your land from within the Baidoa Industrial Precinct. Do you accept now that that's as it has always has been and there's no change to that?
That's not correct.
Right.
That's
So
not
you
correct.
don't accept that, even though we've
no.
seen a map today that shows that?
It shows that what is in the latest version of the Mangaoni precinct structure plan matches what was proposed by Fonterra to go into as an amendment to the Baidoa structure plan. Those two match, but there's no match between the district plan version of the Baidoa structure plan and what's now proposed in the Mangaoni.
So you're saying as a consequential effect of the current plan change, that's now what's proposed by the current plan change and shown indicatively, shall I say, on the Mangaoni structure plan is not actually what's in the district plan for Baidoa.
Not what's in there at the moment, it's what Fonterra, well, the council, sorry, is proposing as a change to the Baidoa structure plan.
Ms. Burke.
Can I say something? So in the section 42A report, appendix 2, which has the track change, it shows the change to the Baidoa Industrial Precinct structure plan, which clearly shows it is changing. And Mr. Chris pointed out the addition of the pink down the bottom and the relocation of the collector road, but he didn't point out there's also been two changes to the access to the Hema Trust property, which is the removal of the agreed roundabout and the disestablishment of the collector road status.
No, that is still in there.
Right. Okay.
I'll take them. Right.
Well, it does sound like that, despite my best intentions of seeing that it was fixed, that you don't see it has been fixed. So over to you anyway.
Right. No, thank you. And we'll come to that and I'll be able to take you through the sequence of the 4 diagrams for the Baidoa structure plan. So the Henmar Trust to submit for introduction a conditional supporting submitter. And you know the ownership arrangement and the land, it's shown in Appendix A, which is the Henmar Trust land. It's Appendix A to my submission. There's the land to the immediate west of the Mangaoni precinct and to the northwest of it. So that's in my Appendix A. It's also in Mrs. Burke's evidence. The connectivity issues, and these are important because I'll leave paragraph 4, but paragraph 5, the Henmar Trust had to work hard to protect its interests in that C10 growth cell land during the preceding rezoning of the Baidoa precinct. Mrs. Burke will set out the sequence of events that occurred during the hearing of the private plan change. In paragraph 6, the council supported and ultimately BIL accepted the need for provision of a roading connection as a collector road and services to the southern boundary of the Henmar Trust land when the development of the Baidoa precinct occurs. The Henmar Trust conceded on other submission points in order to gain that crucial connectivity, not purely for its own benefit, but for the purpose of good planning and urban design outcomes. And some of the planning issues here in paragraphs 7 and 8, the requirement for extension of the Collector Road in the Bardoe precinct to meet the southern boundary of the Henmar Trust property was clearly for the purpose of achieving good connectivity within Growth Cell C10, consistent with the district plan objectives and policies in District Plan Section 15, Objective 15.3.2 and 15.3.3, together with the related policies 0.2.5, 0.3.1, 0.3.4 and 0.3.5. They form a coherent and logical series of policy provisions that are intended to produce efficient urban infrastructure, particularly connectivity to adjacent land, and copies of those policy provisions are in my Appendix B. And those provisions that have particular relevance in terms of this connectivity issue, I've highlighted them in there. And they are intended to provide for efficient and effective servicing of land and anticipating and providing for connections to identified adjacent future growth areas. These are very targeted provisions that are very relevant to this connectivity issue, both at the Bardoe interface and at the Fonterra Mangaoni interface. So paragraph 8, those listed policies are all particularly directive in relation to the provision of connectivity to adjacent land that's identified as deferred zones or future growth areas. And in the PC11 process, the Henmar Trust secured that future delivery of a collector road and associated urban infrastructure to its southern boundary. And that's an outcome that the council supported. And as Mrs. Burke will show, supported in an ongoing way through later proposed changes to master planning. The council supported that connection of a collector road there and connection of services. The council at officer level at the moment, paragraph 10, the current council proposal as explained by Mr. Skilton to us in a meeting and as proposed in the 42A report is that the collector road status is to end at, rather than the proposed relocated roundabout, it should be the proposed intersection of that collector road and the Bardoe land, and that any further connection towards the Henmar land is to be indicative and have a local road status. That's supported by some commentary in the Section 42A report about the local road status. Now, I'd just like to address that point here, just taking a break from the written submissions. My submission to you on that is that there is no scope within this plan change process. There's no jurisdiction for you to downgrade that collector road to a local road. It's shown in the existing structure plan for Bardoe as a collector road. It says indicative, and that I think you'll agree with this when you see the historic history of it, is that it's indicative as to location, that it's clearly labelled as collector road. There's no submission that I'm aware of that asks for that to be downgraded to a local road. And the proposal, which is now the council's proposal, is that the Bardoe structure plan is only altered in the ways that are specified in the new structure plan document, and none of that includes downgrading it to local road. And so I believe that any attempt to downgrade it to local road is beyond the scope of the plan change and beyond the scope of the council decision.
So when I look at the plan back at Mr. Cross's evidence.
Yes, and now which is that? Which particular one is that?
So this is what Mr. Cross presented today on the final provisions that they support. It's not the council's, but it's from Fonterra.
Fonterra.
Is that we've got something here showing with the weighting of an indicative collector road within the Bardowie precinct.
Now, in that particular plan you've got there, is that the Mangaoni precinct structure
Mangaoni
plan? Yes.
precinct, yeah.
It's shown as a collector road in there.
Yes.
And it's shown as a collector road in the proposed Bardowie structure plan, but the roundabout there is not shown in the Bardowie proposed one.
Which roundabout? Sorry.
Is that the Mangaoni one?
That's the Mangaoni one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Roundabout here, but that's just an intersection.
Yes, that's right. And that's,
Yeah, so this is an appendix 2 of the section 42A report.
that's-
That's what's coming out, and it's got a roundabout there on Collector Road, and this is what's going in.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So it is, the roundabout is in the Bardowie structure plan as it stands in the district plan, but it's taken out of the proposed amended Bardowie structure plan. Doesn't exist there anymore. The original version of the Mangaoni structure plan had the roundabout in it. And if you look, that should be the last one that Mr. Crisp has added in, now showing that roundabout gone.
Right.
So both for Bardowie structure plan and Mangaoni structure plan, they start out with the roundabout in, they end up with it out.
So I'm just like deducing what the arguments are. We're not arguing over roading status, it's collector.
Yes.
We're not arguing over the fact that it's indicative, because that's what is said.
We believe it should be, the roundabout should be in there. There's no.
But you want the roundabout shown in it.
The roundabout should be shown in there, and I'm going to
It's not.
suggest to you also that it's time to clear up this question of what indicative means. If that structure plan is being edited, it should be edited to show indicative as to location. We don't want anybody to be confusing it later that it's only indicative status, but it's indicative as to location in both of those structure plans. So it can be crystal clear to somebody reading this later that the status is not indicative, only the location is. That is what we believe to be the solution. I was going to take you through that same series of plans a little bit later in the submission, but I think we've got there now to the point where we're asking for the roundabout to be reinstated.
And a clarification on what indicative means.
Yes, what indicative means is indicative as to location.
And it to be a collector road
That's all within the status of collector road, yes.
and services.
And the services, it shows the services being in that corridor as well. So it's only indicative as to locations. And that point that the downgrade to being a local road, my submission is that's beyond the scope because no one's asked for it. Okay, now there are a series of submissions I've got here about the justification for the downgrade to a local road. This is in paragraph 11 of my written submissions. I run through there in case it's not accepted that this is beyond scope. If someone determines that it is within scope, then my paragraphs 11A and B become relevant. This is some descriptions that are provided in the section 42A report about the reasons for a downgrade to a local road. Paragraphs 4.66 and 4.12.2 of the 42A report, the requested connection of roads and services generally to the Henmar Trust land is said to be unnecessary without further explanation with respect requiring such connections as generally council's current policy and practice. It's good planning and infrastructure practice, and it's in accordance with the agreement that was reached in the PC11 process. And again, to remove any requirement to connect to the Bardowie boundary, so the Bardowie-Henmar boundary is out of scope because no one's asked for that. It must go to that boundary. So that that point relates also to any suggestion that it should be removed or that there should not be a connection made there. And then in paragraph 11B, at paragraph 4.13.9 of section 42A, explanations are given for the council officer's recommendation to decline the request for connection of roading and services for the Henmar Trust land. Firstly, the explanation is that the need and the location of the road will largely depend on the future use of this land. Not clear if that meant the Henmar Trust land or the Bardowie land when it's developed. But agreement has been reached and previously implemented that this would be a collector road to provide the primary connection of the Henmar Trust land to the Bardowie precinct land and ensure connectivity between those precincts. The road was made a collector road under the PC11 process to provide exactly that certainty. And in my submission, no sound reason has been given for now backtracking on that agreed arrangement, and nothing that's convincing about why it should be a local road. Second, the status of the requested collector road is said to be logically a local road based on the district planning definition of collector road, a road that distributes traffic from local roads to arterial roads. The proposed road connecting the two precincts is part of a logical, and I should have said collector road system rather than ring road, through the CTN growth cell, linking the western precincts to Victoria Road. That's the real purpose, is to get the traffic, particularly heavy traffic, out to Victoria Road. Local roads would run off that collector road to service the various parts of each precinct and connect the growth cell overall. So what I suggest there is, it is in alignment with that definition, a road that distributes traffic from local roads to arterial roads. It provides the real link from the local roads to Victoria Road. And paragraph 12, the status as collector road through PC11 was intended to provide certainty of connectivity within the growth cell and between separately owned precincts. That meant both certainty of transportation connections and certainty of provision of services. I can move forward from there to turning to the connectivity with the Mangaoni precinct. So the eastern boundary of the Henmar C10 growth cell land. The section 42A report provides reasons in paragraph 4.13.10 for the recommendation that the requested connection to the Mangaoni precinct structure plan area should be rejected. The first reason given is that there are opportunities for access available to the Henmar Trust land at Zigzag Road and the connections through to the Bardowie precinct structure plan area. Now, regardless of the opportunities that exist at Zigzag Road and that may exist from the Bardowie land, depending on where that lands, that is good planning practice in my submission, and it's beneficial for road users to have connected internal roads between the CTN growth cell, as set out in the objectives and policies that I referred to above about connectivity and efficient infrastructure, especially at the interface for land that is marked down for growth. Segregation of precincts and reliance on the external roading and services seems to be exactly what the objectives and policies are intended to avoid. The second reason that was given there for rejecting the requested connection at that eastern boundary is that such a connection could result in backtracking to get onto Zigzag Road. With respect, the Henmar Trust would expect a requirement for development of its C10 growth cell land to include connection to Zigzag Road, regardless of whether there is a connection to the Mangaoni precinct. There could be no expectation of backtracking to access Zigzag Road if both the Mangaoni precinct and the Henmar Trust land provide some connection to that road, in addition to having a linked up internal road and services network. And as has been suggested, there should be connections to Zigzag Road. This is deviating from the text, so that the access to Zigzag Road can be from a common road access, not from individual lot accesses. So there would have to be a connection of the Henmar Trust land to Zigzag Road, and there'd have to be a connection of the Mangaoni land to Zigzag Road, But logically and for efficiency and connectivity, there should also be a connection from the Henmar Trust land into the Mangaoni land so that there is good internal traffic flows. That approach would also result, so the approach of not having that sort of connectivity, that approach would also result in inefficient provision of other infrastructure services around the external road network rather than by the most direct connection opportunities within the growth cell. Segregation of precincts and reliance on the external roading and services seem to be exactly what the objectives and policies are intending to avoid. So provide efficient and shorter distance connectivity within the growth cell rather than forcing reliance on some network around the outside of it coming in all over the place. I've gone through that second reason about the backtracking onto Zigzag Road. Even, this is a paragraph 16 now, even if the council decides that it is acceptable for the roading connection between Mangaoni Precinct and the Henmar land to be via Zigzag Road, which we would oppose, the services in the Mangaoni Precinct still need to be extended to the Henmar boundary to meet the usual connectivity requirements in those district plan policies and enable efficient servicing of the C10 growth cell. Again, don't make them go outside of the growth cell, connect it all up inside of it. At 17, the isolation of any identified development land from adjoining development land by failing to take services to the boundary would be counterproductive to the purpose of identifying growth cells in the district plan. The connectivity and servicing efficiency policies have a strong focus on locations where growth and development are planned. If development of one part of a growth cell is made more difficult by failing to connect services efficiently, the motivation for development of the growth cell is reduced, and the prospects of having the full growth cell integrated can be seriously compromised. And that just takes us to the industrial rural zoning interface. Firstly, the Henmar Trust land to the north of Zigzag Road. That land will remain under a rural zoning indefinitely if there are no overlays or structure plans identifying it for any other use. The setback and landscaping in the rules for the Mangaoni precinct should be adequate to ensure appropriate amenity for everyone living and working on the surrounding non-industrial land. And the next few paragraphs I can probably leave to Mrs. Burke to address. Yes, those are addressed more adequately and more comprehensively in her evidence. And then just finally at paragraph 23, it's just addressing this question about the activities that are permitted in the Mangaoni or under the Mangaoni provisions. This issue that's been raised about permitted activity status, the activities that are proposed to be permitted under the new zoning are portrayed as restrictive, being dry industry. However, the range of activities that are likely to fall within the dry industry category could be very wide. It really could include a large number of industries that could have some substantial effects outside. There's not necessarily any connection between water usage in an industrial activity and the external effects that it generates on surrounding land. So there could be a wide range of activities within the dry industry categorisation. And then turning to the Henmar Trust land in the C10 growth cell, the amenity issues at the interface there. Those farming activities at this location will continue for an unknown period. Although the land is within the C10 growth cell, the Trust will need to wait for market and economic factors to justify an extension of the industrial zone into their C10 land. And as we're seeing here, a substantial process is required to support a plan change for such a rezoning. the absence of any road or other separation between the proposed industrial zone and the rural zone at this boundary requires a good setback if buildings can have a height up to 20 metres. A substantial landscaping strip capable of screening a 20-metre building should be combined with a setback that will make that effective. The future-proof sub-regional growth strategy sets the timing for the development of the Henmar Trust CT land in the period after 2035. To justify any earlier rezoning to industrial, the criteria in future-proof for such a shift in timing would have to be established. With a large area of land being rezoned to industrial under Plan Change 14, that seems unlikely to be a realistic prospect any earlier than 2035. 10 years is a substantial period of time to expect a rural land use to be continued without appropriate amenity protections. It's simply not sufficient to say that such protections are not needed because the land will probably eventually be rezoned for industrial use. Now, I'll just add in here, before we turn to the stormwater issue, the facade colours reflectivity rule 7.4.2.17a. This is at the industrial zone boundary. Well, that's dealing with that reflectivity restriction generally. We'd ask you to ensure that it does actually apply to all surfaces facing land under rural zoning. Our reading of it says no, that it only faces to surfaces facing a road or the Manga-only stream. So you need to have a look at that and ensure, because it is within your hands, that that rule does apply to all surfaces that face an adjoining rural zone. We don't believe it
was requested in the submission to be amended to include the rural zone, and it was rejected in section 42A. So when I had the discussion earlier that all buildings are required to be low reflectivity and meet a certain standard in terms of building colour, that is not correct. It's only where it faces a road or the Manga-only precinct and not the rural zone.
And that issue is raised again in relation to signage controls. You should also ensure that they relate also to adjoining rural land.
Because in Ms. Jacks's evidence, one of the mitigating factors for Henmar was a restriction on the signage. I didn't see any signage rules that specifically related to the rural interface with Henmar Trust. In fact, I think it only related again to the road and probably the stream.
And that takes us to the stormwater flooding effects issue. And I'll just, I won't get that. Yeah, the applicant's stormwater report by Harrison Grierson includes a prediction that there will be additional flooding caused to the Henmar Trust land within the C10 growth cell as a result of development and management of the PC land, PC14 stormwater as currently proposed. And I have copies of the relevant parts of that report that I'm just going to refer to. Could I just pass those up?
Yeah, could you grab my water bottle?
Now, just before I make any submissions about the content of that document, just at paragraph 28 of the written submissions, the Henmar Trust has been led to understand that the stormwater basin in the kiwifruit block will overtop during that 1% AEP storm event. and it suggests it's necessary to find out whether that overtopping has been taken into account in modelling of the effects of the 1% AEP event on the Mangaoni stream, particularly the Henmar Trust property. It's not clear to us in reading that document whether it does take into account that predicted overtopping of the basin that sits in the kiwifruit block. It takes stormwater from the Bardowie development. The question has also been asked about where that basin discharges, and we've not been able to get to the heart of that. We've made inquiries of district council officers and of the person who wrote the Harrison-Grierson report and haven't been able to get a clear answer on that. There's one statement that says that it discharges to surface water downstream of the Victoria Road Bridge, but we cannot find any verification of that. That is to the west. We can't find any verification of that, but we understand that the pond or the basin, when it overflows, would overflow into the Mangaoni catchment and exacerbate any flooding in that Mangaoni stream area. All right, now if you just turn to paragraph 29 of the written submissions here, pages 17 to 24 of the Harrison-Grierson Stormwater Management Plan document dated 12 April 2024 need to be considered carefully. The report on the hydraulic modelling predictions relies on the impact just upstream of the Victoria Road culvert being at a low level of increased flooding. That is a low level of increased height of flood waters. But figures 13, 14 and 15 in that document show a substantial increase in the areas flooded in comparison with pre-development flooding effects. And those figures, they show different the increased areas of flooding that are predicted to result from different AEP storm events. And if I just return to the text, figure 13 shows a substantial area of the Henmar Trust property receiving post-development flooding up to 0.1 metres higher than pre-development. That's in the 1% AEP storm event. A small but still significant area of increased flooding of up to 0.1 metres higher than pre-development is also shown in figure 14 for the 10% AEP storm event. And even the flood level, the flood extent difference shown for that 50% or 2-year storm event in figure 15 is a material increase in flooding up to 0.1 metres. So they're predicting a range of increases in the extent of flooding of up to 0.1 metres in all those modelled flood events or storm events. And if you look to that 1% AEP event, it's a substantial area of yellow in the plan. That's the additional extent of flooding up to 0.1 metres, higher than pre-development. That's the acknowledged position in the stormwater management report, which is, I think, the only modelling report for flooding that you have. And we don't know yet whether that includes any predicted flooding that comes out of that stormwater basin in the kiwifruit block. At paragraph 30, viewing the flood level difference maps, it seems clear that the Victoria Road culvert is a hydraulic control that increases flooding upstream in the Henmar Trust land, but it also reduces or continues the current levels of flooding downstream of the culvert. There are none of those coloured change areas downstream of the culvert. The culvert's the pinch point, and it's effectively making part of the Henmar Trust land a sacrificial flooding area. The commentary at page 22 of the Harrison Grierson report refers to the impact upstream of the Victoria Road culvert not affecting the downstream areas, and it refers to mitigation downstream of Victoria Road. And you can be sure that the landowners downstream of Victoria Road are pleased with that outcome. But any reduction or mitigation of flooding outside of the Henmar Trust property, that produces no mitigation for the flooding effects on that property, which were predicted to increase. The extent of the predicted additional flooding are significant and potentially don't take into account yet the impact of overtopping the stormwater basin in the kiwi fruit block in that extreme event. That the predicted increases in flooding extent and depth within the Henmar Trust land are effects that will not only have an impact on the land while it remains farmed, but will have different but potentially significant impacts on the eventual future industrial development of that land. And then in terms of a solution, the district plan provisions for the PC14 precinct need to have a clear requirement that development of the land must include stormwater management that does not increase the extent or the depth of any downstream flooding. Otherwise, there's a real prospect of the Henmar Trust land being effectively used as a sacrificial ponding area to protect against additional flooding further downstream. And there was discussion earlier today that this is not a matter to be addressed at plan change stage, but it's for consideration at resource consent stage. I'd suggest that's not an appropriate way to deal with a rezoning. Fonterra has commissioned a stormwater management plan with these analyses, knowing that it is an environmental effect that could potentially occur, and they've acknowledged it is an environmental effect that will occur, and that is from the development of the land. These are land use effects. They're not just matters for regional council to consider later when there's a subdivision or development. They're part of the plan change process, and I'd suggest that that performance standard needs to be in there, that the stormwater management techniques are designed and implemented to prevent any increase in the extent or depth of any downstream flooding. In terms of the kiwi fruit block itself, from the supporting technical documents for Plan Change 14, it's difficult to identify how the kiwi fruit block would have been factored into any Section 32 report, and difficult to identify any technical assessments relating to its effects. The kiwi fruit block appears to have been excluded from the hydraulic modelling for PC14 on the basis that the discharge from the stormwater basin gets directed to a different subcatchment that doesn't affect the Mangaoni stream upstream of the Victoria Road. That's an assumption that needs to be verified, as information about discharge to surface water from the basin has been difficult to obtain. Assessments relating to the inclusion of the kiwi fruit block in the PC14 proposal appear extremely scant, possibly non-existent. The potential for roading connections between the kiwi fruit block and the rest of PC14 appears not to have been considered, including heavy vehicle access to Swain Road and Zigzag Road. Well, that probably should be heavy vehicle access to Swain Road, full stop. I haven't seen any analysis of what would happen if there's connectivity from the PC14 traffic network into that Swain Road entry exit from the Bardawi land. I haven't seen anything to prevent that from occurring and to prevent heavy vehicle accesses going all the way down Swain Road and all the way down Zigzag Road from there, rather than Victoria Road. And the master plan, the latest version of the master plan that is still under development does show a connection there,
exactly that.
I'm told, from.
Shows exactly that. Here's your access into the kiwi fruit block, and then it's all connected to this Manga Oni cell.
That's,
So they won't need to put any other access in.
I'll just get the plan number because there's a roading layout plan in here, I believe. That was the services one. Preliminary transport network has got a connection between the Swain Road heavy vehicle. It says it refers to it there as light vehicle access, but this is only the preliminary transport network for discussion only in the master plan.
That's the heavy vehicle entrance that Mr. Taylor referred to, which was
That's-
supposed to be temporary. Heavy vehicles, very well formed.
So there would need to be some safeguard against future connection there. That's not in the, as I understand it, there's no restriction on connection to that heavy vehicle entrance that's presently under use. Connection of that into the Mangaoni precinct. Now, happy to answer any questions there might be on my submissions.
Just on that last matter of the transport heavy vehicle access. Yes, I mean, obviously we've been discussing vehicle access to Swain Road a lot. And
that does.
I
lead
had
to
assumed,
zigzag.
maybe mistakenly, that restriction was right down Swain Road. But I might have been wrong.
I might be wrong, but at the moment, there doesn't appear to be any restriction on connection to that access because it's out.
Sorry, excuse me, but I don't think that access was assessed because it's on the kiwi fruit block. Nothing was assessed on the kiwi fruit block, nothing.
Well, that's what we need to be, that's what we need to clarify. In relation to the rules that we've been given for the precinct.
Just like I understand that the stormwater, when it, on the kiwi fruit block on that basin one, when it spills over, it flows into the eastern swale, which goes down the side of the BIL's large building into a swale. Then it gets down, then it enters goes over a little bit of the Henmar Trust land, and through a paleo channel, it enters the Mangaoni stream. Now that is then flows down. Does that get, what our concern is, was that spillover in the calculations by Harrison Grierson? Because they're telling us that it went all around the district and went in 500 metres north of the Victoria Road, downstream. So I have, understood it was coming in upstream of the Victoria Road culvert. Harrison Grierson said, no, it goes 500 metres south. But the consent for the kiwi fruit block mentions that it, in extreme weather conditions plus climate change, it spills over into the swale and then gets into the Mangaoni stream through the paleo channel.
Right, well, that's your understanding, and obviously I haven't got an answer for you, but I'm sure that the staff will have made a note of that, and if it's not already in their documentation for us to be pointed to, then they'd be providing an answer.
Well, even in
But have so you've got your statement that
I have, can I just add to this though, because while we're on about that, the referring to this preliminary plan, in stormwater, it shows the exact swale I'm referring to. It shows it coming down. the stormwater one. Which I think Mr. Coops, they actually did the illustrations.
Through the chair, I think I just want to clarify a few points on the figure 13 here. So you can see that this area here is the basin in question. The extent of that flooding goes up to the north, but then doesn't quite connect with that area in there. And that's
Obviously, we haven't got that in front of us, so I mean, that's going to have to be.
oh, that's
put
the
together
evidence
and-
of Mr. Phil Lang.
Right.
Yeah. So this
Oh,
is
okay. Sorry.
so that's on figure 13 of his evidence.
Mr. Lang's submissions.
Correct. So the area that's shown is the flood level difference for 1% AEP storms. So that's showing the
Oh,
swale.
sorry, his coloured ones.
Yep.
But if you look at the consent.
Oh, no, that's his handout.
I think at the
Correct.
consent notice, you'll find that it does facilitate going down that eastern swale.
That would be in the excess of 1% AEP storms. Yeah. So the figure 13 shows that it fills up to that 1% storm water event, but it doesn't say it goes over and overflows into that. It's the
Somewhere between 0 and 0.1.
so 1% is a 1 in 100-year event.
Yes.
And so essentially it fills up in that swale and would overtop post that 1% AEP storm.
Right.
So it would fill to the natural ponding that's occurring, and that's sort of just north of that. It's quite hard to see, but there's a little gap in between where the swale is and the northern extent.
Right. So have you addressed the points made in the submission specifically?
Sorry, that was just to reference where the swale extent would end in that 1% AEP storm.
Yeah.
So I was just clarifying where the extent of that 1% storm is.
Right.
So it relates to a Waikato regional discharge consent requirement, where if they've got a discharge consent with regional with regards to overflow to a stream. So it's not quite necessarily a district plan provision to sort of enforce those rulings.
I mean, with respect to the discussion that's going on, we're not able to sort of absorb all that information and look at the question, the matter raised, and what the answer is on the trot like this. And of course, that's the problem with receiving this very late, is that it makes it very difficult for us. I mean, not that in a hearing you can, come to any sort of like determination or decision on anything on the run anyway. But I mean, it does enable you, having it in good time, does enable firstly an answer to be derived, and secondly for us to understand it better. So I think it's best that if you were to continue with your presentation, or subject to any further questions, yes. And I mean, the other thing, Mrs. Burke, is that, I mean, you've got something like 20 something pages here.
Yeah, so what do you want me to do?
Well, I mean, are you able to? I mean, the thing is, if normally 20 pages of evidence is presented in good time, it's answered.
Yes.
And then we get a much clearer view as to where we can go on it. But to get this as we did, I'd encourage you to, if you can, just get to the key points that you put. This seems to be a bit different to what we got last night. Oh, no question. You see, when you get to the end of most of your sections and you ask a question, I guess that's what you want to be answered.
Well, that's right. We've put a lot of time and effort
Yes.
into this because it's a major concern to us.
Yes.
And I'm prepared to do whatever you would like me to present.
Mm.
But there are a lot of issues, and the fact that pretty much everything we put in our submission was rejected is why we've got this big
Yes.
page.
Yes. But again, you know, like if it had been done last week or whenever it was meant to
Sorry
be.
about that. Like,
Yes, I know.
If I could just, we actually met with Mr. Skilton last week to try and work through some of the issues, and we did try contacting and getting some of the stormwater information from Mr. Skilton, and also emailing the author of the Harrison Pearson report, for which we've had no response. So we were trying to get some of the answers ourselves so that it would be less at the hearing, trying to resolve some of the issues. But we haven't had a lot of willingness to have dialogue with us.
Yes. I mean, you know, like obviously you know,
Because the issues have been resolved prior to the hearing.
yes. Well, I mean, I don't know what went on. All I know is that we issued a direction to say that, you know, people need to follow up whatever they put in their original submission by this time so that we've got an orderly flow of the paperwork and we can get good advice. And so at the moment, we've got a whole lot of questions which are not unrelated to your submission, because I have looked through and it seems to be, you know, pretty well within scope of the matters you raised. So that's fine.
And they are basically the same as what was in the original submission and further submission 5 months ago.
Yes. So, I mean, if you get a Section 42 report like you did, and it rejected your points, and it didn't address them to the level of detail that made you happy, then that's what this is for, lodging it in good time. Yeah.
Which is what, I guess the thing was, it was only a month ago that we even had any indication that the hearing was going to be now. It was 5 months prior that we had last heard anything from council until a month ago. And then once we received the Section 42 report and saw that everything was rejected, that is when we engaged Mr. Lang to assist us. And due to his workload, we haven't been able to basically get together and get it to you in an early time frame. But it's not without effort. We have tried to do this.
I mean, at the moment, I don't see how we could possibly read this, or you read it, and understand the issues in the time that we've got left today. So I think we're going to have the commissioners and I will have to think about sort of how we move forward on this, and what our options are. I think we might just have an adjournment for 15 minutes.
Yeah, okay. You want to just summarize?
We could get it read in summary going to the key paragraphs.
This afternoon?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Do you wonder whether or not?
No, it's 4 o'clock now.
We'll have to adjourn.
I can read this in half an hour.
Okay. Well, is it all right if my daughter read it?
We find the key paragraphs.
Yeah.
Hang on. I think we'll just take 10 minutes. We'll come back as soon as we can. So just adjourn the hearing.
Totally fine.
Right, we'll reconvene. So we've considered where we are with this and we need to hear it properly and we need to deal with it properly and we need to get full advice on it. So we will be reconvening the hearing at a date that we need to set in the future. So as well as that aspect, the second aspect would be during that hearing, we get a full response from the council on everything else, including their provisions. I mean, we've got Fonterra's provisions, and they're likely to be, you know, very, very close, if not the same, but we'll get the council's provisions. And thirdly, we will have a think about whether there's any other aspect of the hearing matters that we think we need further information on. Maybe economics is you know, on that list, but we'll have a think about that. It might be nothing at all, but it may be a few things on that list. So that would be, all that would be subject to a further, a direction, just to give people guidance as to what's going on. So any feedback from any party on that?
So it's clear there's going to be another day. Yeah. At another time, not tomorrow. Not tomorrow.
No, not tomorrow. No.
Thank you. Thank you
Yeah,
very
right.
much.
Okay. So that, I don't know whether that affects anybody else, but that's certainly the way that, and obviously in our further consideration of what we need to, whether there's any information that we need on any matter, that includes any matter that we've heard about today. Right. Mr. Chris.
Fonterra's got no problem with any of that, sir. If there are specific matters that you require advice from Fonterra experts, we're happy to do that. Obviously, at least one of the questions was directed to the Harris and Grierson report. Turns out the person that who wrote that report, that I understand HEMA Trust have been trying to contact, no longer works for Harris and Grierson, so that might explain the lack of response. But if there was that question about whether the pond on the BIL site is included in the modelling, for example, that's not something the council is probably going to be able to answer, but certainly Harris and Grierson would be able
right.
to. So if there are questions of that nature that you think are better directed at Fonterra, we're more than happy to oblige.
All right. Thank you very much. It's helpful. Commissioners?
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Okay. All right. So as I said, that will be subject to a direction that we'll get out shortly.
Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you everybody for, I mean, obviously, you know, when we set a further date, even if you've had your say today, you're very welcome to come back, listen in. Right. Thank you. So the hearing's adjourned.